It's Richard here.
Thank you very much, and good evening, and welcome to our virtual meeting of Brampton's Planning Development Committee. We will begin the meeting with the City Clerk calling the roll call for attendance at today's meeting.
Members of committee, I will call your name. Please indicate your presence. Councillor Dillon. Councillor Dillon. I'll come back to you. Councillor Singh.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Fortini.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Williams.
Good evening, I'm here.
Thank you. Councillor Bowman.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Paleshi.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Willens. Councillor Willens.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Vasante.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Santos.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Dillon. Councillor Dillon does not appear to be present, and Chair Medeiros, you have a quorum. You have 9 members present, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Our next item is approval of agenda. Do any member wish to add a business item to tonight's meeting? And just as a reminder, please, you can use the chat box, and I see no additional items, so I do have a motion.
Mr. Chair?
Moved by Councillor. Yes.
Just to advise that we did receive a delegation request, additional delegation. So to advise that Sylvia Roberts has requested to delegate for item 5.1, 5.3, 5.4, and 5.11. So she'll be added to those delegations.
Okay, thank you, Peter. So with the additional delegation, I do have a motion moved by Councillor Fortini to approve the agenda, that the agenda for the Planning Development Committee meeting of September 13th be approved. Is there anyone opposed to this motion? Otherwise, your vote will count in the affirmative. There are no objections, so the motion carries. Meetings of municipal councils are to be open to the public for transparency and accountability, and our meeting will continue to be as well with a few precautions and limitations. In-person attendance at this meeting is very limited. Members and staff are participating electronically in this meeting. The public can still access and participate in the meeting in a number of ways. Watching this meeting remotely through the city's live stream playback of the archived video stream, registering with the city's clerk's office as a virtual delegate to participate in the meeting, or submitting questions about the agenda, business, and recommendations made by committee today by emailing the city clerk's office at cityclerksoffice@brampton.ca with your question, which may be read into the public meeting record during the 15 minutes public question period before the end of the meeting. Also continue to follow important service and public health updates through the city's website at brampton.ca. Do any members have a declaration of pecuniary interest under the Conflict of Interest Act for any matter to be considered on today's agenda? I see none, and the clerk will so note for the meeting minutes. Consent motion. Committee, as part of our new consent motion process, I will read each agenda item that is subject to the consent motion, and any member may verbally identify the item to be held for debate during the meeting. Any item not held for debate will be considered as part of the consent motion and voted on for approval. Any of the following agenda items will not be subject to the consent motion for approval: delegations, presentations, added new business, member discussion items, public question period. I'll start reading the relevant agenda items, and members can identify any items to be held for debate. So item 7.1, it's a staff report regarding application to amend the zoning bylaw and draft plan of subdivision, Birkenfield Management Incorporated, KLM Planning Partners Incorporated, Ward 9. In consent, item 7.2, a report regarding application to amend the zoning bylaw and draft plan of subdivision, Case North Investments, Sandringham Place Incorporated, Birkenfield Management Incorporated, Wolver Lake Construction Limited, KLM Planning Partners included, to permit 1,100 residential dwelling units, portions of 2 institutional blocks on 1 convenience retail block, Ward 10. In consent, item 7.3, staff report regarding Gore Meadows Secondary Plan Area 56. In consent, item 7.5, a staff report regarding application to amend the zoning bylaw and plan of subdivision 695904 Ontario Incorporated, Middlestone, KLM Planning Partners Incorporated, to permit a 54 single detached dwelling lots, 40 single detached dwelling blocks, a medium density residential block, and a secondary school block, a park block, and a wetland compensation area, Ward 9. In consent, item 7.6, recommendation report, city initiated official plan and zoning bylaw amendments to the city's supportive housing policies and amendment to the group home registration bylaw.
Hold.
Okay, that's Councillor Fortini, so noted. Item 7.7, staff report regarding application to amend the zoning bylaw, Martin Way Bramley Project Incorporated, to permit residential development consisting of 30 and 33 towers located on a 5-story shared podium, 1685-1701 Queen Street East, Ward 7. In consent, item 7.8, proposed draft plan subdivision, Madan Sharma, Kennedy Road Owners Group, 7646, 7660, 7686 Kennedy Road South, to permit 1 development block and 2 reserve blocks to facilitate a particular type of condominium ownership for the townhouse units that previously received zoning approval west side of Kennedy Road South, between Steeles Avenue West and Highway 407, Ward 3. In consent, item 8.1, minutes, Cycling Advisory Committee, August 17th. In consent, minutes of the item 8.2, Brampton Heritage Board, August 17th.
Hold, please. Councillor Vicente.
Okay, Councillor Vicente has held. Item 11.4, correspondence item 7.2 regarding 7.2, application to amend the zoning bylaw and draft plan of subdivision, Case North Investments Incorporated, Sandringham Place Incorporated, Birkenfield Management, KLM Planning Partners, Gilbert Bolan, Harborview Investments Limited, dated September 1st, 2021. In consent, so I have a motion moved by Councillor Vicente to approve the consent motion. The following items were considered to be routine and uncontroversial by committee and were considered at one time. As per a trial process agreed to by council, the consent motion will be subject to a recorded vote, so I'll hand it over to the city clerk.
Members of committee, all in favor of the consent motion, please indicate. Councillor Dillon?
Yes. Can we get the item numbers up before we vote?
Through you, Mr. Chair. My apologies, Councillor. So there were 2 items held for consent. The first is item 7.6, a recommendation report regarding a city-initiated official plan and zoning bylaw amendment to the city's supportive housing policies and amendment to the group home registration bylaw. That was held by Councillor Fortini. There is an associated staff presentation with that item. And then item 8.2, the minutes from the Brampton Heritage Board of August 17th, 2021. That was held by Councillor Vicente.
Okay, before the vote, City Clerk, I do see Councillor Singh. I think he wants to speak to the consent. Councillor Singh?
Yeah, if council indulged me for 20 seconds, I didn't want to hold the report, but for area 48, just to make sure, I just wanted to record it that there is parking on both sides, and we please have some strong sustainability measures. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure those are captured in the minutes for area 48. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, through you,
Yeah.
Mr. Chair. Councillor Singh, can you identify which item that is, please?
Is 7.1, 7.2, 7.5, and that is it, I believe, but 7.1, 7.2, and 7.5. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Palashi.
Hold 10.1, please.
Okay, so noted. So City Clerk, if we can remove the item 10.1 from the consent motion.
That was 7.1.
Yes.
Oh, 10.1.
Is there a 10.1?
Yes, at the end.
I don't think we should be putting in our official plan into consent.
Through you, Mr. Chair, 10.1 and 10.2 were not included with the consent motion as they were deferred items from the July meeting, and there is an associated presentation, so they're not on consent.
Okay, they were listed on consent, Peter, on the board. The item numbers were listed under the consent motion.
Oh, my
They have been
apologies if they
removed.
were.
No problem.
Okay, so members of the committee, you have before you those which have identified to be part of the consent motion. I'll hand over to the City Clerk for the recorded vote.
All in favor of the consent motion, Councillor Dillon? Councillor Dillon, I've restarted the vote.
Yes. Hello?
Thank you. Councillor Singh,
Yes.
Councillor Fortini,
Yes.
Councillor Williams,
Yes.
Councillor Bowman,
Yes.
Councillor Paleshi,
Yes.
Councillor Willens, Councillor Willens. Come back to you. Councillor Visante,
Yes.
Councillor Santos,
Yes.
Councillor Willens, Councillor Willens appears to be absent, although he is showing in the session. Chair Medeiros,
Yes.
that motion, the consent motion carries 9-0 with one absence.
Okay. Thank you. Our next section of tonight's agenda is the statutory public meeting items. This is a public meeting of the Planning and Development Committee held in accordance with the requirements of the Planning Act of Ontario. The proposals to be heard at this public meeting are the result of applications made under the Planning Act. They are not proposals of the City of Brampton unless they are specifically identified as city-initiated proposals. Tonight, we have one city-initiated proposal for a statutory public meeting. The intent of the public meeting is to receive submissions from the public regarding these proposals. Given we may have persons watching this meeting through the city's live stream, we will have each present proposals subject to a statutory public meeting unless committee decides otherwise. After receiving any pre-registered delegations, members of the committee may ask questions for clarification, but will not engage in debate on the proposal at this time. Committee consideration of the proposal will occur at a future meeting when planning staff bring forward the final recommendation report on each proposal. The city also has posted to its website supporting information and documentation for these development applications for public review and reference. We will now proceed to consider 13 items on this evening's statutory public meeting agenda. After consideration of these public meeting items, committee will deal with the balance of the agenda item on tonight's agenda. Our first item is item 5.1, city-initiated amendments to the official plan to establish and implement a secondary plan, Area 52, Heritage Heights. And I will now hand it over to staff for a presentation. Anand Balram, Senior Policy Planner with the Planning, Building, and Economic Development Department. Welcome, Anand.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of committee, and everyone in attendance at this evening's meeting. My name is Anand Balram. I am the planner responsible for the development of the Heritage Heights Secondary Plan. In today's presentation, I will be providing some background on the Heritage Heights Secondary Plan, as well as discussing the rationale behind the official plan amendments being presented today, and some of the issues related to the secondary plan. As outlined in the public meeting notice, the Planning and Development Services Committee will not be making a decision on the proposed OPAs at this evening's public meeting. The purpose of this public meeting is to provide residents with information with respect to the proposal to seek public feedback. A decision on the proposal will be made at a later date. Next slide, please. The location of the new secondary plan is located north of the Credit River, west of Mississauga Road, east of Winston Churchill, and south of Mayfield Road. The secondary plan and associated amendments encompass the existing secondary plans of Mount Pleasant West, Area 53, Huntonville North, Area 52, and a portion of Mount Pleasant, Area 51. Next slide, please. As many in attendance today may be familiar, the Heritage Heights Secondary Plan has had a very long and turbulent history dating back to the early 2000s. Most recently, a process had been initiated to get the project back on track. To initiate this process again, a multi-day visioning charrette was held in November on the 26th through to the 29th, 2019 at Cassie Campbell Community Center. Stakeholders who took part in the charrette included landowners, city staff, regional staff, school boards, agencies, and the general public. The engagement process included workshops, open houses, presentations that were designed to condense feedback loops and deliver a vision for the lands very quickly. Following the November charrettes, a second charrette was held in February for internal staff and agencies to comment and provide input on the draft preliminary block plan structure. A third charrette that was originally planned for the week of March 30th, 2020 was delayed because of COVID-19, and staff were forced to postpone that charrette. Ultimately, the charrette proceeded through a virtual public meeting platform over a course of 4 weeks to refine the concept plan. Since then, staff have been working diligently to evaluate the plan from a technical perspective and have worked iteratively to refine the plan based off of feedback received from various stakeholders. Next slide, please. There are 3 separate official plan amendments associated with the public meeting report. While they're listed on the screen right now, I'm going to go over the rationale and intent behind these OPAs in the coming slides. Next slide. The first official plan that is being proposed in today's information report is to amend Schedule G of the city's official plan to remove the Apple Factory lands, which is the remnant parcel located on the northwest corner of Boulevard Drive West and Mississauga Road, from Area 52 and add them to Area 51, Mount Pleasant. Pursuant to Settlement OPA 101 before the Ontario Municipal Board, the former MCN Heathwood and Osmington land were removed from Secondary Plan Area 52 and placed into Secondary Plan 51, which is Mount Pleasant. OPA 101 contains policy direction for studies and preconditions for future development of the affected lands. As a result of that settlement, the Apple Factory lands were left as a remnant parcel, still within the Heritage Heights Secondary Plan, while the surrounding areas were put into Mount Pleasant. Planning staff are recommending today that these lands be removed from Area 52 and put into Area 51, Mount Pleasant, to support a coordinated development of the Mount Pleasant lands contained within the Heritage Heights geography. Next slide, please. The second official plan amendment proposes 3 separate amendments. Over the next 3 slides, I will go through each of these amendments kind of block by block. The first OPA is to amend Schedule G of the city's official plan to amend the secondary plan boundaries to combine Area 52, Huttonville North, and Area 53, Mount Pleasant West, and rename the new area as Area 52 Heritage Heights. This amendment is necessary to formally recognize Heritage Heights within the city's official planning document. Next slide. The next piece of this amendment is to establish the policy framework to guide the future development of Heritage Heights. The Heritage Heights area is planned to accommodate approximately 124,000 people and 43,000 jobs. It's difficult to predict when full build-out will be completed, as it is impossible to predict market conditions 30 years out. However, there's an eagerness to see the community completed within the 2051 time horizon. The plan has been developed around 3 major transit station areas predicated on an urban boulevard as opposed to a provincial 400 series highway. The provincial growth plan sets targets requiring a minimum of 150 to 160 residents and jobs combined per hectare for areas served by regional mobility hubs, as well as light rail transit, bus rapid transit. Outside of higher order transit areas, the current minimum greenfield target is 50 residents and jobs combined per hectare. The Heritage Heights secondary plan far exceeds provincial minimums, achieving 180 persons plus jobs per hectare. These targets are reasonable, responsible, and more sustainable for the City of Brampton. The highest densities and the tallest buildings have been directed to the central major transit station area, which is anchored by a proposed hospital site and ancillary uses. Should the province not decide to bring an additional hospital to the city, the hospital lands will be released for high-density development. The Heritage Heights Secondary Plan Policy Framework ultimately serves as a blueprint for future growth and redevelopment of the lands. The drafting of this policy is the first step in transforming Heritage Heights from a vision into reality. The Heritage Heights Secondary Plan advances the vision that Council endorsed for the community as a compact, mixed-use, walkable community that promotes the health and well-being of residents, where businesses and culture will thrive, and ultimately it creates a framework for complete communities as directed by the provincial planning policy. Next slide, please. The last piece of this official plan amendment is to establish block planning areas to guide the coordinated and sequent development of the area. Ultimately, block plans are created to help coordinate the delivery of services and infrastructure, the phasing of development, the location and configuration of streets, the character, size, and form of development parcels, and the layout function of open space, corridors, valley lands, woodlots, and other natural features. Next slide, please. The third distinct official plan amendment is proposing to amend Secondary Plan Area 51, Mount Pleasant, and Schedule 51A to include the Apple Factory lands, which, as we discussed, is the remnant parcel on the northwest corner of Beaufair Drive West and Mississauga Road, and designate the land as Osmington Special Policy Area Mixed-Use Center, with a note added to the schedule saying refer to Secondary Plan Area 52, Heritage Heights, for more information on Special Policy Area 2 and Osmington Mixed Use Center. The policies of the secondary plan will be amended accordingly. Staff are recommending that the Apple Factory lands be designated as Special Policy Area Osmington Mixed Use Center to be consistent with the development permissions of the surrounding area, and that the policies of Mount Pleasant Secondary Plan be amended to ensure any development applications submitted for any of the Mount Pleasant lands west of Mississauga Road respect the policies of the Heritage Heights Secondary Plan. Next slide, please. At this time, staff have noted the following issues that will need to be addressed. The first being the GTA West corridor. The Heritage Heights Boulevard contrasts with the current MTO thinking for the GTA West corridor. The Ministry of Transportation is proposing a limited access 400 series highway. It should be noted that Regional Council has indicated strong opposition in principle to advance construction of any transportation corridor traversing the region of Peel, but specifically the currently proposed GTA West 413 highway and transmission corridor, and requested that the provincial government study alternatives to the GTA West transportation corridor, such as the Brampton Boulevard, to replace any currently intended highway. The second critical issue that needs to be resolved or addressed for the Heritage Heights community is the interim control bylaw. Interim control bylaw 306/2013 3 has been in place in Northwest Brampton since 2003, and it restricts development within Northwest Brampton to protect for an eventual transportation corridor. A report from legal under a separate cover will offer recommendations for Council's consideration on this matter. Next slide, please. This slide shows the steps that have been taken for the project and the steps that are still required prior to formal adoption. The plan was circulated to city departments and agencies for comment, and we will continue to receive comments on this plan. Notice for tonight's statutory public meeting under the Planning Act was sent in August of 2001, and today we are at the public meeting. In terms of next steps, staff will continue to review technical information associated with the plan and any other comments or issues raised at tonight's meeting and comments received from residents, agencies, and departments. Once a comprehensive review has been completed, staff will prepare a recommendation report for committee's consideration. As noted, any issues raised will be addressed through a future recommendation report. Anyone who has provided their contact information at tonight's meeting or through correspondence related to this plan will be notified before the plan is considered before committee. Any decision made by committee can be appealed to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Next slide. Prior to finalizing the recommendations to Council, the plan will be further evaluated for consistency with the Planning Act, the Provincial Policy Statement, conformity to the growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe, the Regional Official Plan, and the City of Brampton Official Plan. Next slide. The information report and correspondence is available at brampton.ca at the City Hall Meetings and Agenda page, and the presentation will be made available online shortly. Again, my name is Anand Balram. Please feel free to contact myself or my manager, Andrew McNeil. Both of our contact information is listed on the slide. And this concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, as we have many delegations tonight, just as a reminder that the clerk will invite each registered delegate to provide their comments as part of the statutory public meeting. The clerk will call each name in the order of their delegation registration. Any written materials accompanying their delegation request has been provided to committee for tonight's meeting. When you start your delegation, please state your name for the public meeting record and address, and you will have up to 5 minutes to speak on this proposal. The clerk will provide a time check when you have 30 seconds remaining in your time in order for you to conclude your remarks. After your delegation, members may ask you questions about your submission. So I will now hand it over to City Clerk. Are there any requests for delegations on this item?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, there are a number. The first is Mike Everard. Mike, you are in the session. You can unmute your mic and you have up to 5 minutes to address the committee. Please proceed.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me, Mr. Chairman? Hello?
Mike, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the Development Committee. My name is Mike Everard, and I'm the Planning Consultant, Principal of Augusta National, Inc. And I act on behalf of Catholic Cemeteries and Funeral Services, Archdiocese of Toronto. Registered owners of 88 acres, generally located at the northeast corner of Wanless and Heritage Road. Catholic Cemeteries and Funeral Services is a registered nonprofit charity serving the essential bereavement needs of Brampton's Roman Catholic community. Roman Catholics are one of the largest religious denominations in the city, comprising approximately 30% of the general population. Currently, 13 Roman Catholic parishes generate in excess of 600 funerals per annum. There is no active Roman Catholic cemetery located in the city of Brampton. Consequently, at great expense and inconvenience, interments can only be undertaken in Roman Catholic cemeteries located in Mississauga, Vaughan, and Markham. The Archdiocese purchased these lands in 1999. They are zoned to permit, as of right, a cemetery. I want to repeat that. They are zoned to permit a cemetery as of right. Pursuant to zoning bylaw number 151-88, section 56.1, approved by the City of Brampton Council on July 18, 1988, and the Ontario Municipal Board on October 27 of 1989. A site plan application was submitted in 2013 to the City of Brampton under file number SP-13-019. The site plan, as you know, does not necessitate a statutory public meeting. The growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe 2019 and the Provincial Policy Statement 2020 require that municipalities approve whole, complete, and sustainable official plans. Needless commuting ad infinitum to distant municipalities is a trip generator, it's not sustainable, and it's the antithesis of good planning prescribed by the province of Ontario. In summary, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, we request the following. Guardian Angel Cemetery must remain clearly designated on the land use schedule of the Heritage Heights secondary plan. This has been a problem in the past. We find it misleading to the general public that that's not designated clearly. Secondly, we would like the release of the subject lands owned by the Archdiocese from the Heritage Heights secondary plan because the lands are already zoned as of right to permit a cemetery, and all we require is a simple site plan application. We would like processing of that site plan SP 13-019 to commence immediately. We would like release of the subject lands from the GTS West Corridor environmental assessment from the interim control bylaws. Now recently, pursuant to the GTA West preferred route dated August 2, 2020, I would ask planning staff or members of the committee, if you so desire, to please contact either Tim Soronchinsky at ACOM and or Lucas Grobel at the MTO for details concerning the agreement in principle that the Archdiocese has with respect to the MTO and the location of this cemetery at this location. I thank you very much for your careful consideration, and I will answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mike. The next registered delegation is Darren Vella, although I do not see Darren in this evening's meeting. So we'll move on, and the next delegation is Liam O'Toole from Weston Consulting. Liam, you can proceed. You have up to 5 minutes.
Hello.
Please go ahead.
Thanks. Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Liam O'Toole. I'm with Weston Consulting. I'm speaking today on behalf of our client, the Woodlawn Seniors Development Corporation, who operate out of the city of Brampton. Our clients are the owners of a parcel of land on the south side of Walnut Drive in between Mississauga Road and Heritage Road. The property is approximately 32 acres in size. Through our ongoing involvement with city staff, including our most recent letter in May of 2021, we have indicated that we are exploring options for a medium to high density seniors development on the property. We are currently working with a small team of professional consultants to properly identify environmental constraints on the property. We hope that there will be flexibility in refining the limits of the proposed road network and environmental features on a site-specific basis without the need for an amendment to the official plan. And it is our intention to provide further detailed comments to staff in response to the draft policies and schedules that were released. We are committed to monitoring the planning process, and we are thankful for the opportunity to participate tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. The next registered delegation is Alistair Shields, KLM Planning Partners. Please proceed, Alistair. You have up to 5 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Alistair Shields from KLM Planning Partners, Inc. We're located at 64 Jardin Drive, Unit 1B in Concord, Ontario. We're here on behalf of Apple Factory 2007 Corporation and 2032339 Ontario Inc., owners of the Apple Factory store. They have approximately 2.9 hectares of land at the northwest corner of Beauvais Drive and Mississauga Road, which is subject to the proposed OPA 1 to move the lands into the Mount Pleasant secondary plan. We're generally okay with how everything is being proposed. However, we just have a couple items in the secondary plan that we'd like clarification on. Obviously don't need clarification right now, but I'll just provide you a list and then I can speak further with Anand at a separate time. So first issue is just, we'd like clarification on the secondary plan boundary, particularly as it follows Beauvais Drive on the south side of our client's lands. Just based on the schedules, it looks like a portion of our client's lands are inside of the secondary plan and a portion are outside. And I don't believe that's the intent, but I just want to confirm. Secondly, just having to deal with land use designations on the property. We'd like clarification on which mixed use area we are included in, and clarification on some of the provisions in the secondary plan seem to contradict one another with respect to types of development permitted on the property. The next one is the width of roads within the secondary plan, particularly Beauvais. I notice it is shown as up to a 65-meter right-of-way, and the previous information report had shown it being, the city wanted to scale it down as much as possible, so we'd just like some confirmation on that. And finally, I note as well that the city will encourage privately owned, publicly accessible open space, but not provide parkland credit for that. And we just feel that that is not reasonable, and there should be some mechanism to provide credit for privately owned park space. That's all for me. I just wanted to be on record with those issues. We may have more issues as the process continues, and we're happy to continue working with city staff. Thanks.
Thank you. The next delegation and last delegation on this item is from Sylvia Roberts. Sylvia, please go ahead. You have up to 5 minutes.
Hello, my name is Sylvia Roberts. I have some questions about the maps. In the maps, it shows Fan Drive, Buick Drive, and Wanless. Fan Drive on them is in the correct location. However, Buick, what it's labeling as Buick Drive, actually appears to be a continuation of Muscovy Drive, which is a bit confusing because Muscovy Drive only connects from Mississauga Road to Veterans Drive, while Buick Boulevard connects from Mississauga Road all the way to Brisdale. So I'm not sure why the plan is to have a continuation of Buick Boulevard. That's actually where Muscovy Drive is. Right, it's very confusing on what is going on this map. And then because labeling where approximately Muscovy Drive is Buick Drive. Buick Drive is actually not referenced on this map. So if I could get clarification on that, that would be incredibly useful. And then on the transit servicing, it is not really showing transit to be connected to Georgetown. However, unless the city is planning to just have everyone from Georgetown drive to the Rue Heritage Heights, given the width the city has proposed for Beauvais Drive west of Heritage Road, that sounds like it's going to be a disaster in terms of congestion, and that doesn't seem to make much sense. There's also the issue that the Zoom routes, it doesn't clarify which is Zoom like the current configuration we have, and which is Zoom, like we're going to have the Queen Street BRT. There is a bit of a difference, and they should be clearly marked differently on the conceptual transit services map. So the lack of comparison between those two is more than a little concerning. Based on how this is set up, I don't see how there is going to be enough transit service in order to connect Heritage Heights to the rest of the city. And I also don't follow how the city is planning to hit their job targets. The city is effectively planning to build a planned city that is mostly self-contained. The only major cases where building a planned city that's actually kind of its own self-contained thing has properly worked tends to overwhelmingly be cities, countries creating new capitals where the predominant industry is going to be government services. And outside of the Soviet Union and China, where there's a forced government migration of people without any choices to forced jobs, I have no idea how you're going to get those jobs targets. This has only worked in authoritarian regimes to try to pull something off like this. I have no idea how the city plans to meet the target. There's a very good chance we're going to be low on the job targets, which means that people in this area are going to be commuting outside of it. And I don't think there's enough transportation capacity to handle it.
Through the chair, it's Richard. If we could ask perhaps Andrew McNeil to respond to some of these issues.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you.
Hi, Sylvia, and through the chair. Happy to respond to it. Just to be clear, are you done with all your points, or?
Yes, that was it.
Okay, yeah. So on the approach to Heritage Heights is about building a complete community. It is not an isolated new town. It is deliberately set up as a town center within the city of Brampton. So we have been working very closely with Brampton Transit to ensure that we will be able to provide effective transit service so that Heritage Heights future residents and employees are well connected to the larger city. We've put forward a schedule that shows a conceptual transit network that we all collectively believe will work quite well, and Heritage Heights is actually set up quite well for higher order transit. In addition, the GO line, the CN rail line, connects directly to the heart of Heritage Heights, and we believe that has the potential to be a very strong choice for a lot of folks for getting around. Heritage Heights is designed to be a community that maximizes short trips, so we're trying to get people living, working, shopping, learning, playing within close proximity. Mixed use employment opportunities will be directed along the urban boulevards as well as employment lands along the south side of Mayfield Road. So we think we've done a good job at creating an opportunity to create a complete community. With respect to the comment on Beauvert and traveling west to Halton, that was a very deliberate move in this plan. In our discussions with Halton Hills, they're very concerned about traffic coming from Heritage Heights and traveling west and overwhelming the small town of Norval. So we've made a very deliberate and conscious decision to try and constrain some of that traffic as it travels west in respect of Halton Hills of their wishes. We'll have to monitor and see how that works, and we're in discussions with the Regional Field Transportation staff currently around it. But that is actually a very deliberate move at their request. I hope that answers your questions. If not, we're more than happy to meet you with you, Sylvia, one-on-one and discuss any of your concerns in more detail.
Where's the Metrolinx rail facility that the provincial government's studying? It's not shown on the map.
So through the chair, we have proposed a conceptual GO station at the intersection of the CN rail line and the future boulevard. So that would be where we would prefer to see a higher order transit station linked, and we believe that that's quite important to the future of Heritage Heights.
There's a train layover facility
Point of order.
that's not marked.
Yeah, I understand, Councillor Palashi, you beat me to the punch. This is not a discussion, so I think if you have any further questions, Sylvia? Hello?
Nope.
Okay, thank you, and feel free to contact Andrew, and Andrew, please reach out to Sylvia and see if there's any further information. I will now go to, as there's no delegations, I will go now to questions from members of the committee, and I do have Councillor Palashi. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My comments were related to, or my questions related to Alistair Shields from KLM Planning. I'd like to see if Alistair can elaborate on the contradiction of development in the area, and then if Anand can comment on the property line on the south side of the Apple factory as well.
Sure. Alistair here. So the lands right at the corner are designated mixed use, which calls for mid-rise buildings and townhouses. But then under other designations, the South Transit character area and the gateway designation calls for higher densities to be directed there. So I guess the question is it intended to be at the high end of sort of the mid-rise type density, or are we talking about going higher than mid-rise or more dense than mid-rise?
Okay, and if I could just ask planning staff to include me in the correspondence to Alistair, and then if Anand can comment on the property line.
Absolutely. Through you, Mr. Chair. The property line is really defined by Mississauga Road as well as Beauvert. So it would be that remaining parcel just confined by those two major roadways within that Mount Pleasant block, as you can see on the screen.
So Alistair, does that ease the confusion or not?
Yeah. I assumed that it was meant to follow the Beauvert street line. I think it's just the way it's depicted on the schedule is not, I guess, a little bit misleading, but
okay,
that clarifies it for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Palashi. So I do not see any further questions of clarification. So I do have a motion moved by Councillor Palashi, and which is taken as read, and to receive the delegations. Is there anyone opposed to this motion? Otherwise, your vote will count in the affirmative. I see there are no objections, so the statutory public meeting for this item is now adjourned. We now move on to item 5.2, application to amend the zoning bylaw, Blackthorn Development Corporation, regarding 34-2500 Williams Parkway. Application to zone zoning bylaw to permit a pet crematorium use with the enclosed mezzanine. And I believe I will hand it over to staff presentation, Andrew Ramsamy from our Planning and Building and Economic Development. Welcome, Andrew.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good evening, members of the committee and public. My name is Andrew Ramsamy, and I am the planner assigned to process and review this application to amend the zoning bylaw. Please note that committee will not make a decision today. The purpose of this meeting is to provide information to the public and seek feedback on the application. Next slide, please. The subject property is located in Ward 8 at the municipal address of 2500 Williams Parkway, Unit 34. The nearest major intersection is Williams Parkway and Humber West Parkway, and the property is located on the west side of Humber West Parkway, on the north side of Williams Parkway. Next slide. The property is primarily surrounded by industrial uses. Further north beyond Cottrell Boulevard exists residential dwellings that are approximately 700 meters away from the site. To the south, east, and west of the property, there are some existing commercial uses in the form of personal service facilities. Residential and open space uses exist to the east beyond Humber West Parkway. To the southwest of the property, an existing institutional use in the form of a daycare facility exists on the south side of Williams Parkway, which is approximately 280 meters from the unit. Next slide. This image provides a closer look at the site itself. The industrial condominium has an area of approximately 4.06 hectares with a total frontage of 219 meters along Williams Parkway. There is a total of 6 existing multi-unit buildings which form part of a standard Peel Region Condominium Corporation. The unit subject to this application has a total GFA of approximately 181 square meters. Next slide. The applicant's development proposal is to amend the zoning bylaw to permit the addition of a pet crematorium use to the existing Industrial 3-15-13 designation. The proposed use will have a minimum separation distance of 280 meters from an existing daycare use that was identified as a sensitive land use and is located within an industrial unit to the southwest. The proposed use will be limited to the gross floor area of the subject unit, and an enclosed mezzanine is proposed to be added to Unit 34. To permit this use, an amendment to the zoning bylaw will be required to amend the designation from M3-1513 to a site-specific amendment to permit the proposed pet crematorium use and maintain the existing permitted uses. Next slide. The official plan designates the property for industrial, which permits light to heavy industrial uses such as manufacturing, processing, repair, and service, warehousing, and distribution facilities. A pet crematorium would be considered thermal degradation use in the official plan. The official plan states that thermal degradation use for veterinary waste may only be permitted by way of site-specific zoning bylaw amendments on lands designated industrial, provided matters are demonstrated to the satisfaction of the city to permit this type of use at a minimum setback distance of 300 meters from sensitive land uses. The necessary materials have been submitted and are currently under review. An amendment to the official plan policies regarding separation distance was deemed to not be required by staff in this case due to the modest nature of the change and the consideration that the applicant will need to also satisfy all provincial requirements regarding separation to sensitive uses through a certificate of occupancy. Next slide. The secondary plan designates the property for industrial uses. Industrial use area shall mean lands which is predominantly used for industry. The industrial use category includes activities such as warehousing, manufacturing, processing of raw or semi-processed materials, repair workshops, and the storage of goods. An amendment to the secondary plan is not required. Next slide. The current zoning for the property is Industrial 3-1513, M3-1513 for short. This zone permits a range of industrial, non-industrial, and accessory uses. For a complete list of permitted uses, please refer to Appendix 7 of the information report. Next slide. As per the zoning bylaw, a pet crematorium use would be classified as a hazardous waste processing of veterinary waste use. Veterinary waste processing is generally permitted on land zoned Industrial 2, Industrial 3, with a 1,000-meter separation distance required from residential open space or institutional uses. A zoning bylaw amendment from Industrial 3-1513 to a site-specific designation would be required to permit the proposed pet crematorium use with a minimum setback distance of 280 meters from an existing daycare use while maintaining the existing permitted uses. Next slide. Prior to finalizing recommendations to Council, this application will be further evaluated for consistency with the Planning Act, Provincial Policy Statement 2020, conformity with the Growth Plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe, the Regional Official Plan, and the City of Brampton Official Plan. Next slide. At this time, staff have noted this issue that will need to be addressed. Setback to sensitive land uses. A certificate of approval will be required from the Ministry of Environment, Conservation, and Parks prior to the operation of the pet crematorium to confirm operation is not a nuisance to surrounding land uses. This figure created by the applicant identifies the setback distance of the subject unit to sensitive land uses. As shown, the green dot represents the daycare facility identified on the south side of Williams Parkway. The blue dots represent existing residential uses within a 1,000-meter radius from the site. Next slide. The next steps in this application are staff will continue the review of the application, including reviewing comments from the public and technical comments, and advance a final recommendation report to Council for a decision. Issue raised will be addressed in the recommendation report. Staff will comment and will contact and follow up with those residents who have spoken, written in, or advised of an interest in monitoring this proposal. Next slide. The report associated with tonight's meeting is available online. The presentation will be available online shortly. If you have any questions, please feel free to contact myself, my manager, or the applicant. The applicant for this application is Marzio Rogato from Blackthorn Development Corp., who is representing a numbered Ontario company. And thank you. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much. City Clerk, do we have any delegations?
Mr. Chair, we do not. We have a number of pieces of correspondence identified as 11.1 and in the additional information package. Maurizio Rogato, on behalf of the applicant, is present should there be any questions, but there are no delegations.
Okay, thank you very much, City Clerk. Members of the committee, are there any questions? I do not see any. So I do have a motion moved by Councillor Williams, and again, we will take it as read, and with all the correspondence and the additional correspondence which corresponds to item 11.1. Anyone opposed? The motion carries. The public meeting for this item is now adjourned. Thank you. Our next item is item 5.3, application to amend the official plan and zoning bylaw Malone Gibbons Parsons Limited, Alpha Stone Incorporated, to permit a mixed-use development consisting of two 18-story towers connected by a 10-story podium comprising of 629 apartment units and approximately 1,032 square meters of ground floor retail space in Ward 8. So I will now hand it over, welcome our staff person to do the presentation, Dana Jenkins from the Planning, Building and Economic Development Department. Welcome, Dana.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good evening. Members of committee, staff, and members of the public. My name is Dana Jenkins. I am the assigned planner. The purpose of the meeting is to get public input on this proposal filed by Malone Gibbons Parsons on behalf of Alpha Stone. Next slide, please. Subject property is located within Ward 8 in the southeast central part of the city, generally east of Gorway Drive and north of Queen Street East. Next slide, please. The property outlined in blue is approximately 2.07 hectares or 5.11 acres in size and is currently vacant. The bird's eye view on the right shows residential lands directly to the north, townhomes under construction, with employment uses to the west of Gorway Drive, highway commercial use, a gas station to the south, and open space to the east. Next slide, please. The applicant proposes to amend the official plan and the zoning bylaw to permit a mixed-use development featuring two 18-story towers connected by a 10-story podium, a total of 629 apartment units, and 1,032 square meters of ground level retail, and a total of 770 parking spaces, including 140 for visitor and retail use with both surface parking and 3 levels of underground parking. Next slide, please. This slide shows the area of notification for property owners within a 240-meter limit of the subject lands who were sent notice of the application by direct mail. Signs have also been posted on the property, and notice has been published in the Brampton Guardian newspaper and on the city's website. Next slide, please. The subject property is designated residential in the official plan. This designation encourages a variety of housing types and densities, from single detached dwellings to high-rise apartments. The proposal does not require amendment of the official plan. Slide, please. Property is located within the Goreway Drive Corridor Secondary Plan, Area 39, where the site is designated intermediate office and is intended to accommodate business, professional, or administrative offices, hotels, motels, and limited associated convenience retail and personal service uses. Next slide, please. The current zoning of the lands is residential estate holding, a zone established under the former Toronto Gore zoning bylaw. Permitted uses of the zone are single detached dwellings, group homes, and accessory uses, and the zone prescribes a minimum lot area of 0.8 hectares, or just under 2 acres. Next slide, please. The applicant proposes the following amendment to the zoning bylaw: to rezone the lands from the current residential estate holding zone to a residential apartment A with a special section yet to be assigned, an open space shown in the schedule above along the northern and eastern portions of the site, to allow maximum building height of 18 stories, and to permit non-residential uses on the ground floor. Slide, please. Issues identified to date include the following: potential impact of the proposed building height in the context of the neighboring residential area, integration of the proposed development with the transportation network, and mitigation of any potential impacts to the stream corridor, where a bridge crossing is planned over a tributary of the West Humber River to provide a connection for lands to the north. Slide, please. The application will be evaluated against existing provincial and municipal policies, including the Planning Act, Provincial Policy Statement, Growth Plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe, Region Appeal Official Plan, City of Brampton Official Plan, and the Goreway Drive Corridor Secondary Plan. Next slide, please. This slide gives an overview of where we are in the process. Notice of complete application was issued on May 4th, 2021. The application was circulated and the public meeting notice issued on August 13th. Staff will collect all public feedback and other review comments, prepare a recommendation report for decision by council, after which there will be an appeal period for that decision. Next slide, please. This final slide shows that the information report, as well as this evening's presentation, can be found on the city's website at www.brampton.ca. Contact information for me, the staff planner for the city, is noted here, along with contact information for the owner's agent, Ms. Lauren Capilongo, principal with Malone, Gibbons & Parsons, who is also in attendance this evening. This concludes my presentation. Thank you, Chairman Medeiros.
Okay, thank you very much. City Clerk, do we have any delegations?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, we have Lauren Capilongo from Malone, Gibbons & Parsons, who is present. There is a presentation that she may wish to deliver, and after that, that would be followed by a delegation from Sylvia Roberts. Lauren, you are in the session. If you wish to proceed, we can bring up your presentation, or we can move to the delegations.
Wonderful. I'll try and be as brief as possible. Good evening, members of committee. My name is Lauren Capilongo. I'm a principal with Malone, Gibbons & Parsons, and I'm here on behalf of Alpha Stone this evening. Next slide, please. I just wanted to go over a couple of items in a little bit more detail to supplement Dana's presentation this evening. This slide shows the Alpha Stone lands. They're located on the east side of Humber West Parkway, north of Queen Street. They're just over 2 hectares in size and have direct frontage on Humber West Parkway. There's a small tributary of the Humber River that crosses the Alpha Stone lands, and it was realigned actually back in 2017 with approval from the TRCA in the city. And the purpose of that was to create a more defined stream corridor with enhanced plantings. And this stream corridor now runs along the north and west edge of the site. As a result, there's about 1.22 hectares of the active site that is developable. Next slide, please. In terms of the surrounding context, there are a number of positive elements in the area which make the Elphinstone land suitable for high-density development. As I mentioned, or as I will actually talk about in a little bit more detail shortly, the lands are within a planned major transit station area and are within approximately 200 meters of an existing Zoom bus rapid transit station along Queen Street. This is an area that the city needs to accommodate higher densities and intensification to achieve the provincial density targets of 160 people and jobs per hectare. Secondly, the Elphinstone lands are surrounded by existing or planned higher density residential development. To the immediate north, there are lands that are under construction for townhouse dwellings, along with public park. And further north, there are a series of 12-story residential buildings. Next slide, please. And as part of the rationale for proposing higher density development on the land, it's just worthy to note that the Region of Peel is in the process of identifying areas in the region which are along transit corridors that can support additional planned density. And this work stems from the province's growth plan that establishes policies that requires the identification of major transit station areas in looking to achieve a minimum density target of 160 people and jobs per hectare. The Elphinstone lands are within the potential Goreway major transit station area. And based on our analysis, in order to achieve 160 people and jobs per hectare, there's a significant amount of intensification that's required in this area. The region actually estimates that there's an additional 9,100 people and jobs required to achieve the 160 people and jobs per hectare in this area. So our hope is that the Elphinstone high density development will help the city and the region get closer to that target of 160 people and jobs per hectare. Next slide, please. Understanding that this area is in need of further intensification, Elphinstone has submitted an application to permit two 18-story high-rise mixed-use towers, which are connected by an 8-story podium. The highest building heights are focused along the north edge of the site, directly adjacent to the tributary. And from there, the buildings step down to 13, 12, and finally 3 stories along the south end of the site and along Humber West Parkway. The proposed unit count is 629 units, which consist of a range of unit types. There's bachelor, 1-bedroom, 2- and 3-bedroom units in this development. And it's supported by 3 levels of underground parking with 707 parking spaces. Access to the site is from Humber West Parkway through a private driveway. And this driveway will connect to the public road approved as part of the subdivision for the lands to the immediate north. And it will be via a bridge that crosses the Humber tributary. Next slide, please. Staff did raise 3 items for technical consideration. I just wanted to take a moment to speak about or speak to those items. Elphinstone has submitted several reports and plans to address some of these items. They include a sun shadow study to examine potential impacts on surrounding land. There was a transportation and parking analysis, as well as an environmental impact study to examine the proposed bridge crossing of the Humber River. With respect to the compatibility with the low-rise residential uses, as I mentioned, the site is within an MTSA, and the building sited is compatible with the surrounding land uses, including the approved residential dwellings to the north. The submitted sun shadow study demonstrates that there are very minimal impacts, which are limited to 1 hour in the morning in September. With respect to integration of the transportation network, the site is within 200 meters of a walking distance to an existing Zoom stop at Queen and Humber West. The site is also planned to be accessed from Humber West through a driveway connection and connect to the proposed public road system on the lands to the north. But we'll continue to work with city staff to ensure that any operational issues are resolved. And then lastly, there is environmental concern, making sure that the bridge crossing of the Humber River and no negative impacts on it. The submitted environmental impact study has conducted an analysis and concludes that there is no negative impact on the stream corridor. But again, we'll continue to work with city staff and TOC staff to ensure that any environmental concerns are addressed. So with that, next slide, I'll conclude my presentation, and if there are any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Okay, thank you all. City Clerk, I do believe we have a delegation.
Yes, Sylvia Roberts, you are in the session. You can please proceed. You have up to 5 minutes.
Hello, my name is Sylvia Roberts. As the city, as everyone on council is well aware, Queen Street is the single most critical corridor in the city of Brampton. It's a critical freight corridor, particularly in this area. It is the busiest transit corridor in the city of Brampton, and I believe the Queen Street corridor happens to be the busiest transit corridor outside of the city of Toronto. And it's also critical for automobile traffic. This site is very appropriate for intense development because of its extremely close proximity to a major transit station area. Much of the industrial area that would be in the MTSA catchment area is likely going to stay industrial, and we will need to add significant development in order to reach the overall MTSA targets. So the amount of development being proposed is reasonable. Since the parking study was done, the city has amended the zoning bylaw for parking, and so they're actually only asking for a reduction of 63 parking spots, I believe. There's still a couple issues. It's only planning for 10% of auto trips to get diverted to transit, even though it is by a site that currently has extremely good transit access. And in the future, we'll have even better transit access. In cities like Minneapolis, when they do rapid transit, they have recently introduced a program for rental buildings where the landlord pays a certain amount. They're currently doing it for $14 per month per unit in the building. And in exchange, every unit in the building can claim a monthly parking pass, which is worth $83 in retail there. Once they did that, they had 60% of residents in those buildings use the passes. 60% is very good for the residents using that, which, if this site could do that, would help preserve significant transit capacity, given that significant capacity for automobiles and freight, given that this building has over 600 units in it. If the city of Brampton were to partner with Mississauga, because most people in Brampton do not work in Brampton, between working in Brampton and Mississauga, the vast majority of residents do. If we were to have a Peel Transit Pass and the developer offered that to new residents of it, it would be advantageous to most people seeking to live there and would strongly encourage people who plan to take transit to move there. It would be dramatically cheaper than providing to do this for, say, 5 years than it would be to build just those 63 parking spots, because I believe that would require adding a 4th underground parking garage, which would cost them well over $3 million. Even if the developer is paying $30 per month per unit for 5 years, that would still only be $1.1 million, a significant savings to the developer over the underground parking. And with steering people towards transit, would help preserve capacity on this critical corridor. The plan that only 10% of auto trips are going to be diverted to transit is extremely concerning. That the city approved that because the Queen Street corridor, even before the BRT was really moving in planning, already handled significant traffic. The city needs to revise how it's doing diversions based on the Transportation Tomorrow survey to ensure that in the future, traffic studies are properly accounting for how much vehicle traffic is going to be diverted to transit. Additionally, the transportation demand management proposal of $100 on a Presto card is laughable, given that that's not even a monthly pass in Brampton. Thank you. That's my delegation.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm not sure if staff want to provide any comment.
Through the chair, it's Richard, if I can.
Yep.
Yes, so each development proposal offers their own traffic and transportation study and looks at all the issues related to that. The reality is that, yes, we are moving towards more of a market demand based parking for development opportunities. So yes, and we are updating our transportation master plan, and each site will do its own traffic study and own parking study to understand what's required for each site. So that's what we do. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, members of the committee, are there any questions of clarification? I see no questions, so I do have a motion moved by Councillor Fortini to approve the staff report recommendations and receive the delegations, and I will take it as read again. You will see the motion on the screen. Is there anyone opposed to this motion? Otherwise, your vote will count in the affirmative. I see no objections, so the motion carries. Statutory public meeting for this item is now adjourned. We now go on to item 5.4, staff report regarding application to amend the official plan zoning bylaw to permit 1,129 apartment dwelling units and 11,700 square meters of commercial uses. Again, so parts of lots 4 and 5, concession 9, Ward 8, and I will invite a staff presentation from Mark Michniak from the Planning, Building, and Economic Development Department. Welcome, Mark.
Good evening, Chair, committee members, staff, and members of the public. My name is Mark Michniak, and I'm the planner assigned to process and review the subject application. The purpose of this public meeting is to provide information to the public and seek feedback on the application filed by KLM Planning Partners Incorporated on behalf of Forestside Estates Incorporated. Slide, please. The subject property is located within Ward 8 in the eastern part of Brampton. It is located on the north side of Queen Street East, opposite Beaumaris Drive. Slide. The applicant is proposing to create 4 blocks for mixed-use and residential development. In total, the applicants are proposing to create 1,129 apartment dwelling units and 11,700 square meters for commercial uses. Next slide. Fleshy Drive will be extended between Queen Street and Atmar Drive, and each block will access this street. In addition to the subdivision, an official plan and zoning bylaw amendment are both required for the proposed development. Next slide. Block 1, located along Atmar Drive, will contain 258 apartment dwelling units within 4 mid-rise buildings, ranging from 4 to 6 stories. Next slide. Block 2 is located along Atmar Drive and will contain 420 apartment dwelling units within 4 mid-rise buildings ranging from 4 to 7 stories. Next slide. Block 3, located along Queen Street East, will contain 159 apartment dwelling units and 800 square meters of commercial uses with a mixed-use high-rise building of 16 stories. Next slide. Block 4, located along Queen Street East, will contain 292 apartment dwellings, 10,900 square meters of commercial uses within a mixed-use high-rise building of 25 stories. Next slide. This map shows properties within 240 meters of the proposed development. Owners of these properties would have received notice by direct mail with respect to the proposal. Notice was also provided within the Brampton Guardian newspaper and on the City of Brampton website. Next slide. This slide shows surrounding land uses. To the north, across Atmar Drive, there is a residential neighborhood consisting of single and semi-detached dwellings, townhouses, and a park. To the south, across Queen Street East, there is a commercial center followed by employment uses. To the east, there are commercial developments containing a hotel, convention center, office, retail, personal services, and restaurants. And to the west, there are employment uses, including an outdoor truck trailer parking facility. Slide. Subject property is designated residential, office, and special land use policy area 15 in the official plan. An amendment to the official plan is not required. Slide. Property is designated mixed commercial / industrial and office node in the Bram East secondary plan. An amendment to the secondary plan is required to permit the proposed uses. Slide. Subject property is currently zoned industrial 4 for site with site-specific provisions in agricultural in the zoning bylaw. These industrial zones permit industrial uses with limited commercial opportunities. An amendment to the zoning bylaw will be required in order to propose uses. Slide. There are a few items that staff are monitoring on this file. Staff are reviewing site layouts to ensure that high quality design and connectivity. We're examining interface with existing uses, industrial uses to the west, and we are exploring the public realm along Queen Street. Next slide, please. Prior to finalizing recommendations to Council, this application will be further evaluated for consistency with the Planning Act, provincial policy statement, conformity with the growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe, the Region of Peel official plan, and the City of Brampton official plan. Next slide, please. This slide shows where staff are in the review of the application. The application has been circulated to city departments as well as other agencies for comments. We are now at the public meeting stage. Committee members and staff are here to listen to any feedback. After tonight's public meeting, comments received from city departments, agencies, members of the public, and matters raised through the public delegations will be reviewed and evaluated. Once the analysis and evaluation is complete, staff will return to the Planning and Development Committee with a recommendation report. Anyone that provided their contact information with respect to this application will be advised when the recommendation report will be considered by committee. Once Council makes their decision on the application, there is opportunity to appeal the decision to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Slide. The report associated with tonight's meeting is available online, and the presentation will be available online shortly. Again, my name is Mark Mishniak, and my contact information is posted on screen. Also on screen is contact information for the applicant, Marshall Smith, KLM Planning Partners. Thank you, and this concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much, City Clerk. Do we have any delegations?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, we have Marshall Smith from KLM Planning Partners, who's present and has a presentation, as well as Sylvia Roberts, a delegation. Marshall, you are in the session. Do you wish to proceed with your presentation? You can unmute your mic.
Hi, good evening, Mr. Chair, members of committee, and members of the public. Yes, I'm glad to provide a presentation. Actually, I think that we had a good amount of detailed information there from planning staff. I think I'll be very, very brief, and I'll then allow the delegate to advise here. So I think the presentation on the screen actually is not the presentation that I submitted this evening. I'm sorry. Is it possible to pull up the presentation for this item?
We'll pull it forward for 5.4, Charlotte. No. Just bear with us, Marshall. We'll bring it up.
No trouble. Perfect. Okay. Well, that's great. So again, Marshall Smith of KLM Planning Partners. I'm here on behalf of Forestside Estates, Inc., our client. Next slide, please. So the subject lands are located at 4320 Queen Street East. I think we had a good description of what's going on in the context. I guess what additionally I'd like to point out here is kind of the site's unique situation among employment uses, commercial uses, and residential uses to the north. Our client actually is constructing on a vacant parcel. You can see kind of to the northeast there, a townhouse and apartment development that will have a character similar in architectural design to this, or that will have I guess a character that's in the spirit of this development as well. Something I'd like to point out is that there are about 12 existing bus stops, as you can see, within a 5-minute walk of this site, making it very well situated to public transit for a mixed-use development. And it's also located on Queen Street East, as you've heard earlier in the course of the evening, that this area along Queen Street East is contemplated as a potential major transit station area by the region. Next slide, please. This is the draft plan of subdivision. I believe you saw it in the last presentation by planning staff. However, again, it's 4 blocks bisected by Paleshi Drive. It's a total of 1,129 units that are contemplated, 9,500 square meters of office uses, and an additional 2,200 square meters of non-residential uses. And those non-residential uses are all located within blocks 3 and 4 that would front Queen Street East. Next slide, please. again, the conceptual site plan. I won't belabor the details of the site plan, but I guess I'd like to point out that there's a healthy amount of outdoor amenity space between blocks 1 and 2, and then also on the podium, rooftops, and ground level for blocks 3 and 4, fronting Queen Street. Now, the 25-story and the 16-story buildings fronting Queen Street, again, is where the non-residential uses would be located. And across all of these blocks, the majority of parking would be located below grade. There's no modification to the parking standards that are proposed through these applications. It's contemplated that that parking would be provided at the City of Brampton's parking rates. Next slide, please. Again, this shows the conceptual landscape plan for the area. I think that some additional detail or insight I could provide here is how these areas would be programmed. You can see the yellow identified spaces would be playground or play structure areas. There's a dog run shown here. There's open lawn areas, benches, picnic tables, and a variety of other exterior amenity offerings that that could come about to serve the future residents of this development. Next slide. Here's a massing model that shows how this could all integrate within the existing fabric. Again, it's a 16 and 25-story building fronting Queen Street East. However, these are on a tiered podium, so it steps down. As you can see, the 6-story hotel to the east is aligning with the upper portion of the podium for block 3. And you can also see how this development would step down to the north to a 4-story form or interface with Atmar Drive and with the existing single detached townhouse and low-rise apartment typologies that exist there today. Next slide. This really just goes to show how those non-residential uses would generally be organized within blocks 3 and 4. So you can see that for block 3, it's generally on the ground floor that you have non-residential uses. And for blocks 4, you'd have non-residential uses on the ground floor again, and specifically office uses on the floors 2 to 4, so the upper 3 floors above that. And the balance in yellow is identified all as residential. Next slide, please. So I hope that provides a little bit of helpful additional information. I'm happy to answer any comments or answer any questions, rather, that might come up. And thank you very much.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the next delegation is from Sylvia Roberts. Sylvia, please go ahead. You have up to 5 minutes.
Hello again. My name is Sylvia Roberts. I reviewed the trip generation from this site, and to the best of my knowledge, this is using suburban standards for trip generation in what the City of Brampton is planning. It should be described as dense urban. This means it's planning for significantly more car trips and does not factor in transit and walking trips. That's actually designed for areas that maybe 5% of trips are not by car, and this area already is substantially more transit oriented than that. So when you're using that, it would be that the site has 0.28 vehicle generation trips per dwelling unit. The catch is when you're talking about the dense urban, the person trip generation is 0.52. 0.24 trips per unit might not sound like a lot, but when you are talking about a proposed development with over 1,100 units, we are suddenly talking about well over 200 trips. In Brampton, because it's not very walkable currently, we do have very good transit usage, and that's likely to continue, and I'm sure the site will have more of a shift towards pedestrians. If the city... this is going to require the purchase of somewhere between 4 and 8 additional buses for the City of Brampton in order to service potential transit trips from the site. And that's an important consideration that did not seem to be taken in. The site internally has decent pedestrian circulation. However, I did not see a pedestrian connection from Block 2, the northeastern residential block, to the commercial adjacent to it, which is a bit of a problem because if you actually start mapping that out, for example, to get to the supermarket that is less than 200 meters away, you'd actually have to take over a 500-meter trip. And once you start adding that much of it, people start get incentivized to drive. This is not a very large change to add a pedestrian connection between the two adjacent sites, and in the long term, it will probably help facilitate the commercial redevelopment of the adjacent site. Additionally, on the site plan, I believe it's the draft plan of Subdivision, the site is referred to as being in the Township of Toronto. I'm somewhat curious about that because the Township of Toronto, which is mostly now in Mississauga, was bounded by Steeles and what is now Airport Road. I believe this would be in the Township of the Toronto Gore. So if staff could please elaborate on that regarding the site, the draft plan of Subdivision, that would be great. Thank you.
Yeah, through the chair, it's Richard. Given that we're at the statutory public meeting for this, definitely we'll respond back with our report to council on all the issues raised by Sylvia and others for this site. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Richard. So members of the committee, are there any questions, clarification? I do not see any questions. I do have a motion moved by Councillor Williams and also to receive the delegations, and again will be taken as read. Is there anyone opposed? Okay, the statutory public meeting for this item is now adjourned. Item 5.5, application to amend the zoning bylaw and draft plan subdivision to permit residential development of 77 dwellings east side of Torbram Road between Mayfield and Countryside, Ward 10. And I will now ask for Mark again, Mark Michniak from the Planning, Building and Economic Development Department to come make a staff presentation. Welcome, Mark.
Thank you, and good evening, Chair, committee members, staff, and members of the public. My name is Mark Michniak, and I'm the planner assigned to process and review the subject application. The purpose of this public meeting is to provide information to the public and seek feedback on the application filed by KLM Planning Partners Incorporated on behalf of Maple Quest Investments Incorporated. Next slide, please. Subject property is located within Ward 10 in the eastern part of Brampton. It is located on the east side of Torbram Road between Mayfield Road and Countryside Drive. Next slide, please. The applicant is proposing to create 77 residential dwellings comprised of 9 townhouse dwellings and 68 single detached dwellings, 1 park block, a public road, a road widening, and buffer blocks. Primary access to this development is from Torbram Road. In addition to the subdivision, a zoning bylaw amendment is required for the proposed development. Next slide, please. This map shows properties within 240 meters of the proposed development. Owners of these properties would have received notice by direct mail with respect to the proposal. Notice was also provided in the Brampton Guardian newspaper and in the City of Brampton website. Next slide, please. This map shows surrounding land uses. To the north, there are vacant lands and agricultural use. To the south, also vacant lands, as well as the property at 11223 Torbram Road is a designated heritage resource. To the east, vacant lands in agricultural use, and to the west, across Torbram Road, there are 2 single detached dwellings and vacant lands also in agricultural use. The adjacent property, which I mentioned earlier, is a designated heritage resource due to its association with the Hewson family and historical links to early settlement patterns in the former township of Chicowsey. The park block within the subdivision, which is planned to continue south, will be designed with the following heritage features: commemorative trees, in situ ground markings for the original farmhouse, a heritage plaque, and park furniture containing salvage barn materials. Next slide, please. Subject property is designated residential in the official plan. An amendment to the official plan is not required. Next slide. Property is designated low density residential and residential medium density in the Countryside Village's secondary plan. Amendment to the secondary plan is not required. Next slide. Property is designated low/medium density residential and medium density residential in the block plan for sub-area 48-2 of the Countryside Village's secondary plan. Amendment to this plan is not required. Next slide. Subject property is currently zoned agricultural in the zoning bylaw. This zone permits agricultural purposes. An amendment to the zoning bylaw will be required in order to permit the proposed uses. Next slide, please. There are a few items that staff are monitoring on this file. We are investigating the interface along Torbram Road and adjacent lands. We are reviewing the proposed zoning to ensure regulations meet site-specific requirements. And we are reviewing the inclusion of heritage elements in the design of the park block. Next slide, please. Prior to finalizing recommendations to Council, this application will be further evaluated for consistency with the Planning Act, provincial policy statement, conformity with the growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe, the Region of Peel official plan, and the City of Brampton official plan. Next slide, please. This slide shows where staff are in the review of the application. The application has been circulated to city departments as well as other agencies for technical comment. We are now at the public meeting stage. Committee members and staff are here to listen to feedback. After tonight's meeting, comments received from city departments, agencies, members of the public, matters raised to public delegations will be reviewed and evaluated. Once the analysis is complete, staff will return to the Planning Development Committee with a recommendation report. Anyone that provided their contact information with respect to this application will be advised when this report will be considered by committee. Once Council makes a decision, there is opportunity to appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Next slide, please. The report associated with tonight's meeting is available online, and the presentation will be available online shortly. Again, my name is Mark Mishniak, and my contact information is posted on screen. Also on screen is contact information for the applicant, Alistair Shields, KLM Planning Partners Incorporated. Thank you, and this concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much, City Clerk. Do we have any delegations requested?
We do not, Mr. Chair. Alistair Shields is present should there be any questions, but no public delegations.
Thank you very much. Members of the committee, are there any questions of clarification? I see none. So I do have a motion moved by Councillor Singh. And again, the motion is on the screen taken as read. Is there anyone opposed to this motion? Otherwise, your vote will count in the affirmative. There are no objections, so the statutory public meeting for this item is now adjourned. We now move on to item 5.6, which is application to amend the official plan zoning bylaw and proposed draft plan of subdivision to permit residential development consisting of 103 single detached residential units, 44 townhouse residential lots, 2 medium density residential blocks for approximately 558 units, future residential reserve blocks, 2 school sites, a park, walkway, buffer blocks, and road network. Ward 9, south of Mayfield Road, between Bramley Road and Torbram Road. And I will now ask Stephen Dykstra, our planner from the Development, Planning, Building, and Economic Development Department. Welcome, Stephen.
Thank you very much. Just making sure you can hear me here.
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Good evening, Chair, members of the committee, and public. My name is Stephen Dykstra, and I'm the development planner who's been assigned to process and review this application to amend the official plan and zoning bylaw. The purpose of this public meeting is to provide information to the public and seek feedback on this application. No decisions will be made at this meeting, and it's for information purposes only. Sorry. So the subject property is located on the south side of Mayfield Road between Bramley and Torbram Road. It's in the shape of an L, generally. Next slide, please. The surrounding uses are vacant. The lands to the west includes the Smart Center Plaza. These lands are part of also a secondary plan, which includes single detached dwellings, townhouses, and parkland. You can see to the south that there's a Centennial Park as well. Next slide, please. This is the proposed development. This proposal requires a zoning bylaw amendment to permit the residential uses, an official plan amendment to increase the density and height for the medium density block, which is directly north of Inspire Boulevard, and also require a draft plan of subdivision to create the necessary lots and blocks of the development. Next slide. Here are some of the highlights of it. It includes 103 single detached residential dwellings, 44 townhouse residential dwellings, a number of reserve blocks for residential dwellings, 2 high/medium density residential blocks for approximately 558 units, a park block, valley land, associated buffers, an open space, and public roads and laneways. Next slide, please. This map shows the property owners within 240 meters who are sent mail with respect to this development. It's also noted that the notice was provided in the Brampton Guardian newspaper and the City of Brampton's website. And also, too, it should be noted that this information was sent to residents within or owners within Caledon as well that are within the 240 meter radius. Next slide. So this application is going to be evaluated against existing provincial and municipal policies, including the Planning Act, the PPS, Growth Plan for Greater Golden Horseshoe, Region of Peel Official Plan, City of Brampton Official Plan, and the Countryside Villages Secondary Plan as well. Next slide. Here we see that the official plan and that it's designated residential. And this application will not require an amendment. Next slide. Thank you. This slide shows the secondary plan, which is the Countryside Villages Secondary Plan. It shows that it is designated low density residential, medium density residential, mixed use. It also has a public junior elementary school and a citywide park at the very extreme southwest. This will require an amendment for the density and height along Inspire Boulevard. Next slide. This slide shows the block plan, which is the Countryside Villages Block Plan 48-2. These lands are identified as low, medium density residential, medium density residential, mixed use. It's also got 2 schools on there, park, and a compensation area. This does not require an amendment to the block plan. Next slide. Thank you. This slide shows the current zoning. It's zoned agriculture. It will require a zoning bylaw to amend it so that the zones can reflect the anticipated uses of single detached dwellings, townhouses, medium density development, and open spaces. Next slide. Thank you. Current items under review. So staff have reviewed this application, and there's a few things that we're still reviewing. Specifically, that the lands are in compliance with the growth management staging and sequencing strategy. The services in this area have not been completed. There's no public access to the site at this time. We also want to make sure that the development is coordinated with the adjacent lands to ensure that the built form is completed in conformity with what's proposed. And finally, there are lands to the north, as you can see with that illustration at the bottom right, between the subject lands and Mayfield Road that should be included within this application. These lands are owned by the region, and we are in discussions with them about this. If these lands are included as per the block plan, an additional public meeting will not be required for this specific inclusion of this. Next slide, please. As you can see from here, we've run through a bunch of the requirements. Today we're at the public meeting, and we're here to listen to any feedback from residents. After tonight's public meeting, staff will receive any additional comments from city departments and agencies, and we will review these documents. At a later time, we will come back to this committee with a final report. After the final report, there is an appeal period that happens. Once a decision is made on the application by the City Council, there's an opportunity to appeal the decision to the Local Planning Appeal Tribunal, the LPAT. It's now actually called the OLT. Next slide. The report associated with tonight's meeting will be available online, and the presentation will also be online shortly. My name is Stephen Dykstra and my contact information is posted. Also on screen is the contact information for Colin Chung with Glenn Schnarr. Thank you very much, and that concludes my presentation for this fall.
Thank you very much. City Clerk, do we have any delegations?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do not. Taranjeet Upal is present from Glenn Schnarr and Associates. Should there be any questions from members of committee, there are no public delegations.
Okay, thank you very much. Members of committee, I do have a question here. Councillor Singh, go ahead.
Yes, I heard that we're looking at increased density. What's the difference between what was originally approved and what we're looking to add on the site?
Through the chair to Councillor Singh, I don't have the exact statistics on what is currently proposed, or sorry, what is permitted, but they're proposing to increase the density from something where currently a townhouse or a say a low rise would be permitted, and they're proposing a more of a higher rise, like in the range from like 9 to 12 stories approximately.
So I do, as the councillors of the area, we did talk about this area, and happy to see that the applicant is proposing more density because it makes sense in Greenfield. I just want to flag this for also public transportation, just making sure we're adding the necessary infrastructure around it so that with additional population coming in, people have access to public transportation. So they're not relying solely on vehicles to move around, but this is something that we have talked about and we're supportive of with increased density, especially when it comes to Greenfield, but just to flag the public transportation needs that might emerge out of this as well.
Okay, thank you. I see no further questions, so I do have a motion moved by Councillor Dillon to approve the staff report recommendations, and there were no delegations. So, and I have ZC. The motion is on the screen, so taken as read. Is there anyone opposed? No. Okay, so the motion carries. Statutory public meeting for this item is now adjourned. We go now to items 5.7. Application to amend the official plan zoning bylaw Habitat for Humanity Greater Toronto Area, Ward 9. And I will welcome Stephen Dykstra once again, a planner from the Planning, Building and Economic Development Department. Welcome, Stephen.
You'll be seeing me a couple more times this evening as well too. But good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Stephen Dykstra and I'm the development planner for this application as well. It's to amend the official plan and zoning bylaw. Again, this purpose of this public meeting is to provide information to the public and seek feedback on this application. And as stated before, no decisions will be made at this meeting. It's for information purposes only. Next slide. So this property is located at the northeast corner of Countryside Drive and Dixie Road. Next slide. As you can see here, it identifies the subject lands. Again, it's at the northeast corner of Dixie Road and Countryside Drive. To the south, there's future commercial retail, and to the west is a stormwater management pond. To the north and to the east are existing residential dwellings. Next slide, please. Thank you. The proposed development is for 15 unit stacked townhouse. It would include 19 parking stalls and would have access onto Zamek Street. The proposal requires a zoning bylaw amendment to permit the residential uses and an official plan to increase the density. Next slide, please. This slide identifies what the proposed development, some conceptual elevations that we've received from the applicant. It includes elevations from Dixie Road as well as the south elevation and internal block elevation. Next slide. Thank you very much. This map shows the property owners within 240 meters that would have received notice by direct mail with respect to this application. Notice was also provided in the Brampton Guardian and the City of Brampton website. Next slide. This application will be evaluated against existing provincial and municipal policies, including the Planning Act, the PPS, the Growth Plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe, the Region of Peel Official Plan, City of Brampton Official Plan, as well as the Countryside Villages Secondary Plan. Next slide. Thank you. This slide identifies the official plan and identifies that it is designated residential and it does not require an amendment to the official plan. Next slide. This slide is for the secondary plan. It's of the Countryside Villages Secondary Plan. It's designated low density of residential. It will require an amendment to the secondary plan as it is increasing the density for this area. Next slide. This is the block plan for this area. It identifies it as low density residential and subject to further heritage assessment. It does not require an amendment to the block plan. Next slide. Thank you. This is the zoning from the zoning bylaw. It is currently zoned agricultural, which permits a single detached dwelling and agriculture related uses. Obviously, a proposed zoning bylaw is going to be required to permit these this use. Next slide. Current items under review. Staff are reviewing the studies that were submitted along with this application. Staff are reviewing as well the heritage assessment of these lands and are working with the applicant on a complementary means of addressing the previous heritage assessment. It was a schoolhouse that was previously existing on these lands, and they're working diligently with our heritage planners as well. Next slide. This slide shows where we are in the stages of this this application. Notice of a complete application was completed on July 8th this year. We're now run course until today, September 13th, where we're holding the public meeting. Anyone that has provided their contact information with respect to this application will be advised when the report will be considered by the committee. And once a decision is made on the application by City Council, there's an opportunity to appeal the decision to the local planning appeal tribunal. Last slide. The report and presentation associated with the meeting will be able to be found online shortly after this meeting. My name is Stephen Dykstra. I'm the contact for the City of Brampton. Also on the screen is the contact information for Jamie Payne, who is a representative for Habitat for Humanity. Thank you. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much. I do have Councillor Singh who would like to speak before the delegation. And just as a reminder, members of the committee, it's on questions of clarification. Go ahead.
Yes, and this is for just with your help, Chair. I know there's a lot of delegations, and I know you explained initially, the process and the public consultation. If you could just provide that clarification again, how this is a public consultation period, and the residents are more than welcome to reach out to us after, and we can continue to work together with them.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Singh. I'll probably ask staff again, Stephen, if you can just maybe go back to that little slide of yours where it shows the planning process, and you can just explain to the residents again where we are in the planning process, and exactly what is the expectation. No decision is made tonight, and after there's plenty of time for them to provide their input at a later time. So go ahead, Stephen.
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, this is part of our typical process. We receive the application, we circulate all the studies to our internal departments. We get the planner receives all those comments back. We also had this public meeting, which is another means of information that the city receives on these applications. We collect all of the information after this, including all the comments from the public. We have received your emails from the public on this. I'll also be taking notes, and this meeting will be recorded. So all of these comments, both now and to a certain point after this, will also be reviewed, and they'll all be taken into consideration. And as part of the final report, all of the comments, both during this meeting and all of the emails, will be responded to as part of our final report. So we take all of these items into consideration. Yes.
That's excellent. Thank you very much, Stephen. And just to note that we do have great staff that get back to all resident comments or questions, and they're very diligent about it. And I will hand it over to City Clerk for delegations.
Through you, Mr. Chair. First, we have Joshua Bernard, who's representing Habitat for Humanity. Joining him is Jamie Payne and Bruce McCall Richmond from Glen Schnarr and Associates on behalf of the applicant, and that then will be followed by up to 10 registered delegations. So Joshua, you can begin. You have up to 5 minutes to address the committee.
Okay, I'll try to keep it short. Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Joshua Bernard, and I'm the Vice President of Real Estate Development at Habitat for Humanity, Greater Toronto Area. I'd like to first start by thanking members of the committee for your time tonight, and to thank city staff, specifically Stephen Dykstra, for the work that went into preparing the staff report and presentation on our application, item 5.7. As the clerk mentioned, tonight I'm joined virtually by my colleagues Jamie Payne, Seema Sarda, and Johnny Keogh from Habitat, and our planning consultant Bruce McCall Richmond from Glen Schnarr. I'd like to take a few moments to emphasize why we at Habitat are so committed to this project and why we believe it's important for the city of Brampton. At Habitat for Humanity, we believe everybody deserves a decent place to live. Simple to say, increasingly hard to achieve throughout the GTA, and certainly here in Brampton. As you may know, Brampton's realities include average prices of homes in Brampton recently surpassed all three areas of Toronto for the first time, including Canada's largest city, typically more expensive central region. The average price for a home or a condo jumped by 27% in just over the last 18 months. And 21% of Brampton residents' households are forking over at least 50% of their paychecks to cover rent and utilities. And 20% are living in overcrowded accommodations, per a study that was recently highlighted in a 2020 Star article. We know the provision of long-term affordable housing units are key strategic objectives of Housing Brampton's strategy and action plan. This project will help. For those of you who are less familiar with how we work at Habitat for Humanity, here are quick facts. We are a home ownership model. So at 1524 Countryside, each family will purchase their home and carry an affordable mortgage in which payments are calibrated so that the total shelter cost will not exceed 32% of their household income. Habitat holds a second mortgage for the balance of the value of the home. As owners, each Habitat homeowner will pay property tax, which will in turn help the city to pay for and maintain schools, roads, and parks, and other infrastructure that is vital to our community. Families who become Habitat homeowners do well. Our research shows that the stability and affordability of Habitat homeownership results in household incomes going up at a rate well above inflation, improved education outcomes, improved family health. In the process, families build generational wealth, enabling them to support their children to do even better in the next generation, contributing even more to the local economy. Finally, our model is about equity sharing, is an equity sharing model. Habitat uses its share of equity to build more homes, or in the case of these homes, buy them back when the families are in a position to move on, thus keeping these communities affordable for future generations. We look forward to working with the city and the community as we work through this entitlements process and answer any questions and concerns that they may have. Thank you for your time.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So we'll go to the public delegations, and the first is Hitchandra, my apologies, Rathod. Hitchandra, you can please address the committee. You have up to 5 minutes. Just please unmute your microphone.
Yeah. Can everyone hear me?
We can hear you. Please proceed.
Yep. So, my concern here is particularly regarding the areas residential real estate impact, negative impact on the value of the property particularly. So Mayfield Village community currently has been considered as a kind of like a preference for many Brampton residents, and it's becoming popular day by day and become preferred area for the residents of Brampton people. And I did some online research also, read some articles also, and some of them suggest or actually say that the property value gets impacted sometimes negatively, and that is my main concern. Mayfield Village residents have their hard-earned money invested into their properties, and I'm sure some of them are already on this list, and they may also speak up about their concerns. So thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Our next delegation is from Patel. Parin, you can unmute your mic, and you have up to 5 minutes to address the committee. Parin, you can unmute your microphone. I'm just going to assist by unmuting it. There you go, Parin. You can address the committee. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Sorry, I was speaking while I was on mute. So, yes, I am similar to Mr. Hitchandra Rathod. I am having a similar concern about property values of this community. And the second concern I have is the safety, because based on some research on Habitat of Humanity sites, I have came across on some article which has some issue on some theft related to construction material on the sites of the Habitat of Humanity. So if this plan is moving forward, what kind of security and safety city is planning to provide for this development? So mainly two things, like safety of the community and the impact on the real estate value. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Pinakin Patel. Pinakin, you can unmute your mic, and you have up to 5 minutes to address the committee.
Hi, here is Pinakin Patel. Myself is also a real estate person, and I have few different things than my colleagues over here they told that they speak about. So my concern is like this area is already densely populated, and you are bringing something which is gonna be more dense. And since Brampton is one of the highest paid insurance paid city maybe all over the world. So, and there are every day lots of incidents happening because of this dense population around this area. So you are bringing something, it makes more dense, and there is also a chance of lot more other safety concerns about it. And another things specifically with this community, we have only one school. So instead of building this kind of community which needs more like a education related institute and stuff, which is not enough in present conditions. So we need to have something towards that instead of building the such a community and then make it more worse for the like school and other institute too, because currently like I see a lot they don't even have enough room for a new student. And also there is an effect on real estate too. So that's another part, as two of other colleagues put their thoughts about it. So these are the few concerns I have towards this community too. Thank you very much, all the members and juries of this.
Thank you.
Thanks, and yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Pinnakin. The next delegate is Nirav Dolia. Nirav, you have up to 5 minutes to address the committee. You can unmute your mic and please proceed. So Nirav, you can unmute your microphone. I'm going to assist you by unmuting your microphone at the moment. Go ahead, Nirav.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chairman and the committee members. This is Nirav. I'm a resident of Brampton. First of all, I would like to say that we didn't receive the notice. Many members from this community, I have spoke with them, and none of us have received notice. So that's somewhere a gap. Second thing, we are happy that houses are being built for the low-income families, but then this is a new built community in last 3 to 4 years with single SAMIs and townhomes. Now, since as I understand that this would be a 3-story apartments, right? And having a community where all these SAMIs, singles and townhomes are there, having 3-story apartment, that may impact the overall value of the properties. Second thing, as one of the residents said, we have only one school here, and there are so many more houses going to be built, but there is no planned additional school. Many of students, they are not getting admission here because that's the over their capacity. So that's the another concern area. And I'm not even seeing any plan for the another school, though there are so many new houses are under construction at the moment. Right. So many of us, including me, we have request that this kind of plan should be moved where the other low-rise apartments are there. If that can be done, it's making more sense though. Also, there are houses nearby. I have seen this plot, and a couple of houses are so near to it. I really doubt that their privacy is going to be remain intact. It's like they can see through their houses. So that's the another concern. And third one is our experience with low-rise buildings. And if these guys are giving their houses on rent, we have experienced that what kind of people are coming in, and then again at the end of the day, it is becoming a safety concern for all the neighboring communities. So we hope that we see more and more good people who are here. But then this is what our experience is. We have seen in a lot of cities, including in Brampton as well. So that's why it's my request. If we can move it to somewhere else, it would be a great help. Thank you so much for your help.
Thank you. The next delegate is Olubunmi Makande. Bunmi, you are in the session. You can unmute your mic and you have up to 5 minutes to address the committee. Please proceed.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think my point is similar to the point by other residents as well. I'm a resident of the area as well, not too far from it. And I have concerns as well, just as everyone has mentioned earlier. And I have some questions for the committee also for them to consider as well. My first concern is the likelihood of a potential negative impact of it on property values in our neighborhood when you have such low cost and high density apartment building within a low density area. That's my major concern in terms of property value. The second one is its potential negative social impact on our current collective social values and norms and interests that we have in our neighborhood. Right, we all know each other. It's more community, and when you have such high density community in a small place like that, it brings different kind of people into the environment, which gives us concern. Some people has mentioned, like security concern that might arise out of it, safety and stability, right, of our community right now where we already know each other well. The other important one that I want to emphasize, I have mentioned also, is increasing population density in our neighborhood. Because currently homes in our neighborhoods are single family freehold residents and not apartment. So bringing an apartment 3-story building onto a small area is just increasing the density. We already have an industrial complex beside us, right? So I don't think it's fair on us to have these high density apartment building being built on a small place within an area that is designated for low density buildings and community. So those are my main concern around that. And the questions I also have for the committee to look into is that, in part of it has been mentioned already. What I wanted to know, what was it designated for? I could see that from the presentation by the city plan consultants. The other one is that are there no other locations within Brampton that could serve the purpose for Habitat for Humanity? I appreciate what they are doing. They are bridging the gap for people who cannot afford the high cost of homes. But also, they have to consider us as well and listen to the presentation. The presentation talks more about the benefits that is to the people that are going to be living in these places. But you also have to look at how does it affect us. I've not heard of any benefit to us that where these buildings are, where this being done, but it's just a benefit to the Habitat for Humanity beneficiaries. But we as a community ourselves, what do we benefit from it? For us, our fear is more of a concern to us of fear of loss of value on our property and also increased density in our area. And many of us bought the homes at high value with no expectation that we have such a thing around us. And it's a big concern for us because our home is our major investment for middle class people that live mostly in this area. The other thing also I wanted to find out is whether there was any study done regarding the pros and cons of such amendments, especially, like you said, increasing from low density to high density. How is that going to impact us in our community? We need to know, we need to see what's the impact to us, what's the pro, what's the con to us, for us to evaluate, give better evaluation, and be able to make a better judgment and decision on this thing. So it's something that I think the council should consider. We've done, like many others, have done research as well. Number one concern is, two concerns from research is the high density that will happen and also concern on property value. And that's the last thing any one of us would want to have, losing value on our home. While other homes around us, they are increasing in value, but because we have this in our neighborhood, we can enjoy the same increase in value of homes that are within maybe 5 or 10 kilometers away from us. The other question I have for the committee is, can the council guarantee that our property values will not be negatively impacted in comparison to other properties in our neighborhood? And also, can they also guarantee or make commitment that if that happens, they will be able to absorb such a loss to us? because that won't be fair to us. When I bought my property, I bought it based on what's in the environment, how it looks, and you know, I fit my own expectation. But this is changing the whole thing right now. The other thing also is,
So
question I
Bunmi,
have
you're at
is,
5 minutes, so if you can please wrap up.
okay, I'll wrap up. My last question relates to is on the plan that I see, I only see one area, one plot of land that says 3-story building, 50 units. There is a plot beside it. Is there any plan for that, or is it part of the whole thing itself? Right. But my appeal to the committee is to please consider moving this to a new development that is coming up rather than into a already developed area that is based on low density plan. Thank you.
Thank you. The next delegate is Nirmal Patel. Nirmal, you can unmute your mic and you have up to 5 minutes to address the committee. Please proceed.
Yeah, good evening, Chair and members, committee members. So my main concern is property value. Second thing is like if we compare like in terms of Zelda and Zemek, both state having mostly with townhouses. So those all land are already like high density of like volume, and mainly our main concern is like street parking. And as you do demonstrated, like they have only 9 parking spots. So like definitely they have more cars and something. So pretty much they need to park in street, and we have only one side parking. So my main concern is in winter time. We have all the time complain when that city never clean that our street very well, because we have one side parking and our street is very narrow. Like, and second thing is like we have community issue. We have one small park, and when I see that lots of public, there are no space for kids and something. So definitely those numbers of people or something are going to occupy those things. So for that we don't have enough space for that. Second thing, like we don't have like proper resources for in terms of school. I have noticed like even though my neighbor and they're sending their kids next to like other school or something. So because they don't have a spot here. And last one is safety concern. So that's all I think. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Krishna Kumar Balakrishnan. Krishna Kumar, you have up to 5 minutes to address the committee. Please proceed.
Good evening, everyone, and thanks for my time. Thanks for giving me the time. Chair and council, everyone. Good evening. My point is here, like the site, you can see the map, and it is too small to construct a proposed 15 townhouses and 19 parking lots. And also the entry is specified through Jamek Street. And right now, as my other colleague residents mentioned, this particular block is completely, very narrow, and it's like a loop. So already we are too crowded, I feel. And also, if you see this year's strength in the school, I heard even the kindergarten during this pandemic also around 35 to 37 or something in kindergarten. The amount of small kids we have in this block, their lifestyle may impact during the construction of this particular site, which is already developed block, which may, kind of impact our lifestyles and everything. And also, we don't have any good biking trail or walking area in this particular block, especially this countryside and Dixie Road intersection is one of the busiest intersection I have seen in the recent days. Even we have to be very careful when we walk around and when kids goes out for a biking or anything. So I would humbly request to reconsider this site to move somewhere where there is a new development is going on. It will be better for them. I appreciate Habitat for Humanity for considering the low-income people. At the same time, they have to consider our uh, kids around this area for their betterment life, and that's my humble request. Thank you for the opportunity. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. The next registered speaker was Diane Jones, but we understand that is Diane should have been registered for item 5.13, so Diane will move to that item. The next registered speaker is Ravanth Thakalapati. Ravanth, you can please address the committee. You have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Good evening, Chairman and Member of Council, a member of Brampton City Council. Thanks for giving me this opportunity to speak at this virtual public meeting. Today, I wish to express my opposition to the construction at 1524 Countryside Drive. We live on Zelda Road, and this construction is literally planned next to our backyard. Here are the reasons for my objection. Speaking from the environment perspective, there are fully grown trees, like big trees in this area, and as per the plan, there's no provision for the trees in the plan. When I bought this property, the first thing that caught my eyes is the trees. That trees help not only reduce the emissions from the major intersection of Countryside and Dixie, and also reduces the sound from the speedy traffic and construction vehicles passing through the intersection. The second point is parking. There are 19 parking lots planned with the 15 townhomes, that is one space for every home. And if there are visitors to those families, then they have to park on Jemek Street and Zelda Road, where the parking is currently full, and it is causing, it will cause a lot of parking issue. The third point, which I think to raise, is traffic. With 15 plus families staying in this area, it will create a lot of traffic in the neighborhood, and I see a lot of children playing in this area during summertime. And my kid even plays in this area a lot, and I think this extra traffic will create a risk. From the construction perspective, we are right adjacent to the construction, as I said, and there is a refuse kiosk planned next to our backyard. This will create a lot of unnecessary wildlife and odor. And personally, me and my daughter, we are allergic to bag or fine dust from the construction. I believe the construction will create a lot of it. And we bought the property knowing that there is no construction in this area, and this is a fully built area. With the respect, like I respect those who have purchased homes in the northeast corner of Countryside and Dixie Road, with the interest type of seeing the homes only detached, semi-detached townhomes, and no stacked townhomes in this area. I would like to request to keep the space space open for any homes with the same kind of developments in the future. And from the affordable housing perspective, I think there are many chances that, there are many chances in Brampton and excellent locations to continue density and create affordability housing around. I can only imagine to see some blocks down on west of Countryside with new uplifting and improvement that is needed in time. So I think that would be the best place where these new developments can go. We already have too much construction that is happening on Bramley and Countryside, and for those I don't see a plan. But I'm not hoping I cannot see from outside that I don't see a school there, and there is too many kids in this area, and I think that this is hugely dense area, and no further construction of residential is I feel that way. And from the real estate perspective, as my fellow residents said, I also feel that this construction will cause depreciation in the market values. I recently bought the home, and I don't think this construction will create a good appreciation for my property. And I also want to speak from my neighbor's perspective as well. I spoke with them, and they feel the same. I don't think they have an opportunity to speak at this meeting today, but I feel the same response from them. So to summarize, I think these constructions can, there is a lot of construction that is happening down on countryside towards 410. And I think that would be the best place, or at least I would like to suggest that these constructions can go west of Countryside Drive. And thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Ravanth. And Mr. Chair, Amrit Butua, who had registered, is not available, but did submit correspondence, which is in the package for committee's consideration. That ends the delegations on this item.
Thank you very much, City Clerk. Members of committee, are there any questions of clarification? I see none, so I do have a motion moved by Councillor Singh to receive the delegations, the correspondence, and you will see the motion on the board, and we will take it as read. Is there anyone opposed to this motion? There are no objections, so the motion carries. Statutory public meeting for this item is now adjourned. Our next item is item 5.8, application to amend the zoning bylaw and draft plan of subdivision to permit 4 single detached dwellings, Ward 5. And I will ask Nitika Jaktiani, our planner from the Planning, Building, and Economic Development Department, and welcome Nitika for your staff presentation.
Thank you, Councillor. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, committee members, members of the public. My name is Nitika Jaktiani, and I'm the planner assigned to process and review this application. The purpose of this public meeting is to provide information to the public and seek feedback on the application filed by Weston Consulting on behalf of Mr. Walter Bredovich. Next slide, please. The subject lands are located on property municipally known as 9052 Credit View Road and are located to the west of Credit View Road and Beauvais Drive and Queen Street West to the north and south respectively. Next slide, please. The property has the following characteristics. It has a total site area of approximately 0.28 hectares, which is 0.69 acres, of which 0.13 hectares or 0.32 acres will be developed for residential uses with a frontage of 18.9 meters, which is 62 feet, on the west side of Credit View Road and are currently occupied by a single detached dwelling, which is to remain. Next slide, please. The applicant has submitted an application to amend the zoning bylaw and for a draft plan of subdivision. Details of the proposal include to create 4 residential lots for single detached dwellings, to create a natural heritage system block on the westerly portion of the subject lands, to create 4 residential reserve blocks, and the residential lots will be reserved by the extension of Costa Street. Next slide, please. This is a map showing the property owners within a 240-meter limit of the proposed development who would have received notice by direct mail with respect to the application. The notice was provided in the Brampton Guardian newspaper and the City of Brampton website. Next slide, please. The application will be evaluated against existing provincial and municipal policies, including those found in the Planning Act, Provincial Policy Statement, Growth Plan, Region of Peel Official Plan, the City of Brampton Official Plan, and the Credit Valley Secondary Plan. Next slide, please. The property is designated residential as per Schedule A of the Official Plan. An amendment is not required to permit the proposed use. Next slide, please. The subject lands are within the Springbrook Settlement Area and are designated as low-density residential 1, secondary valley land, and terrestrial feature in the Credit Valley Secondary Plan. An amendment is not required. Next slide, please. The property is designated as low-density residential and wetland in the Springbrook Tertiary Plan. This designation permits detached and semi-detached dwellings consistent with the official plan. Council approved the tertiary plan on October 28, 2020. Next slide, please. The property is zoned residential hamlet as per zoning bylaw 270/2004 as amended, which allows for various residential and non-residential uses. However, an amendment to the zoning bylaw is required for the proposed residential development and to accommodate the wetland and proposed buffer. Next slide, please. Comments from staff and external commenting agencies are required in order to complete a comprehensive analysis for this application. The following issues and questions have been identified at this time through staff's preliminary review of the application. These issues and any other matters identified through the process of the application will be addressed in a future recommendation report to the Planning and Development Committee. The appropriate buffer is required from the wetland on the western portion of the site. And 2, the development proposal depends on the southward extension of Hosta Street through the proposed plan of subdivision to the north. That application has been approved by the local planning appeal tribunal on April 1st, 2021. Next slide, please. This slide shows where staff are in the review of the application. The application for a zoning bylaw and for a draft plan of subdivision was submitted on June 17, 2021. The application was deemed complete in accordance with the requirements of the Planning Act, and a formal notice of complete application was issued to the applicant on June 28, 2021. We're now at the public planning stage where committee members and staff are here to listen to any feedback from residents. After tonight's public meeting, staff comments received from city departments, agencies, members of the public that submitted correspondence, as well as matters raised at tonight's meeting through the public delegation will be reviewed and evaluated. The proposal will be further assessed against the provincial policy statement, the Greater Golden Horseshoe Growth Plan, the region official plan, and the city's official plan and secondary plan. Once the analysis and evaluation is complete, staff will return to the Planning and Development Committee with the recommendation report. This report will address all matters raised by members of the public, external agencies, and other city developments. Anyone that provided their contact information with respect to this application will be advised when the recommendation report will be considered by the committee. Once a decision is made on the application by City Council, there's an opportunity to appeal the decision through the local planning appeal tribunal. Next slide, please. The report associated with tonight's meeting is available online, and the presentation will be available online shortly as well. Again, my name is Natika Jagtiani, and my contact information is posted on the screen. Also on the screen is the contact information for Mr. Robert Walters of Weston Consulting, who represents the property owner. Thank you so much. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much, City Clerk. Do we have any delegations?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do not have any public delegations. Robert Walters from Weston Consulting is present and has a presentation should the committee wish to receive it, as well as Carl Repka, engineer for this project. Robert, please go ahead. Robert, I think you have to unmute your mic.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Robert Walters with Weston Consulting. We've actually agreed to waive our presentation because it duplicates a lot of what the city said, and in the interest of time. However, Carl and I are available to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. So members of the committee, are there any questions? I see none, so I do have a motion moved by Councillor Vicente, and you'll see the motion on the screen. We'll take it as read. And to also receive the correspondence. Is there anyone opposed to this motion? I see none, so the statutory public meeting for this item is now adjourned. We now move on to items 5.9. Staff report regarding applications to amend the zoning bylaw and proposed draft plan of subdivision Maple Quest Investments Incorporated, KLM Planning Partners. And I will welcome Stephen Dykstra from our Development, Planning, Building, and Economic Development Department. Welcome, Stephen.
Thank you again, Chair. Thank you and good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the committee and public. My name is Stephen Dykstra, and I'm the the development planner who's been assigned to the process and review this application, which is to amend the zoning bylaw, and it's also for a plan of subdivision. The purpose of this public meeting is to provide information to the public and to seek feedback on this application. No decisions will be made at this evening. It is for information purposes. This is for file OZS 2021-022. The applicant is Maple Quest Investments and the consultant is KLM Planning Partners. Next slide, please. Thank you. The subject property is located on the west side of Torbram Road, north of Countryside Drive, and south of a future Inspire Boulevard. It's located within Countryside Village's Secondary Plan Area 48. Next slide. Here's an aerial image of it. Again, it's on vacant property. The land around it is vacant. It is within a secondary plan, which includes single detached and dwellings, townhouses, and parkland. To the west, you can see here it's adjacent to Sesquicentennial Park. Next slide. This slide shows the proposed development. It's for 41 single detached residential dwelling lots. There's 34 single detached residential dwelling blocks, and there's 5 townhouse residential blocks with approximately 18 units. And 1 townhouse residential reserve block with about 8 units. There's an open space block and a walkway block, and there's also a couple of public roads and laneways. Next slide. This map shows the property owners that are within 240 meters limit who would have received notice by direct mail with respect to this application. Notice was also provided in the Brampton Guardian and the City of Brampton website. Next slide. This application will be evaluated against existing provincial and municipal policies, including the Planning Act, the PPS, the Growth Plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe, Region of Peel Official Plan, City of Brampton Official Plan, and of course the Countryside Villages Secondary Plan. Next slide. This slide shows the official plan. It shows that it's designated residential, and it does not require an amendment to the official plan. Next slide. This slide shows a secondary plan. It's part of the Countryside Villages Secondary Plan. It is designated low density residential, medium density residential, neighborhood park, and public middle school. It does not require an amendment to this secondary plan. Next slide. Here we have the block plan, Countryside Villages Block Plan Area 48-2. It's identified as low, medium density residential, and park, and it does not require an amendment to the block plan either. Next slide. Here we have the current zoning bylaw. It's currently zoned agriculture, which permits a single detached dwelling and agriculture related uses. It's going to require a zoning bylaw to reflect the proposed uses. Next slide. There are some items that are currently under review. We have to review the implications of this application in relationship to the adjacent lands, and specifically the growth management staging and sequencing strategy. Specifically, the services for this area have not been completed. There is no public access to the site, and development should be coordinated with the adjacent lands to ensure that the built form is completed in conformity with what's proposed. Next slide. Here we have the steps. We're now at the public meeting, and as it'll be assessed based off of the comments we've received from internal departments, as well as any comments received from the public. Once the analysis and evaluation is completed, staff will return to Planning and Development Committee with a report, and I'll address all of the issues that have been raised. Anyone that's provided their contact information with respect to this application will be revised when the report will be considered by the committee. And finally, once a decision is made on this application by council, there is an opportunity to go to the to appeal the decision to the local planning appeal tribunal. Last slide. This report and presentation will be found online after this meeting on the Brampton website. Again, my name is Stephen Dykstra. My contact information is available here. The information for Alistair Shields, who is the consultant for this application, is also available. Thank you. That was my presentation.
Thank you very much. City Clerk, are there any delegations?
Through you, Mr. Chair, there are no public delegations. Alistair Shields is present. Should there be any questions from the committee?
Okay, thank you. Members of the committee, are there any questions of clarification? I see none. So I do have a motion moved by, and just remind me what ward it is. My apologies.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I believe it's Ward 9.
Okay, so I do have a motion moved by Councillor Dillon, and the motion is on the screen taken as read. Is there anyone opposed? I see none. So we move on now to the next item, item 5.10, applications to amend the zoning bylaw, proposed draft plan and subdivision. And this is Ward 10. So I will now hand it over to Stephen Dykstra again. Welcome, Stephen.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the committee and the public. My name again is Stephen Dykstra. I'm the development planner assigned to this application to amend the zoning bylaw and also for a plan of subdivision. The purpose of this meeting is to provide information to the public and to seek feedback on these applications. No decisions will be made at this meeting. It's for information purposes only. This is for file OZS 2021-0019. The applicant is Cedar Developments Clark Way Incorporated, and the consultant is Glenn Shire and Associates. Next slide. Here we have the general location of where it's located. It's on the west side of Clark Way Drive, approximately halfway between Castlemore Road and the proposed east-west corridor, and it's within block 47. Next slide. Here we have an aerial shot of it. These lands are part of a secondary plan, which includes single detached townhouses and parkland that are within the immediate vicinity. There is a valley land that goes through the property, and the property is vacant as well as most of the lands around it at this time. Next slide. The applicant is proposing the following. It requires a zoning bylaw amendment to permit the residential uses and a draft plan of subdivision to create the lots and blocks for the development. The next slide provides some additional details about the development. And it would include approximately 94 single detached residential dwellings, 27 townhouse units, and there's a bunch of future residential blocks for single detached dwellings and townhouses. There's a small park block for and as well as there's the valley land and associated buffer blocks, and as well as the public roads and laneways. Next slide. This map shows the property owners within 240 meters of the proposed development who have received notice by direct mail with respect to this application. Notice was also provided within the Brampton Guardian and on the City of Brampton website. Next slide. This application will be evaluated against existing provincial and municipal policies, including the Planning Act, the PPS, the growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe, Region of Peel, official plan, City of Brampton official plan, and Area 47 secondary plan. Next slide. This shows the official plan, and that it is designated residential and open space. And this application does not require an amendment to the official plan. Next slide. This shows Area 47 secondary plan. It's designated low medium density residential, medium density residential, special policy area 9, and valley land. And this application does not require an amendment to that secondary plan. Next slide. This is an image for the block plan in Area 47. It's identified as low medium density residential, medium density residential, park, and valley land. And it also identifies a trail within the valley land. And again, this one does not require an amendment to the block plan. Next slide. The lands are currently zoned agricultural, agricultural and floodplain, and the applicant is proposing a new zoning bylaw which would reflect the proposed uses. Next slide. So there's a few issues for this application. Currently, the background studies for the block plan have not been completed. This includes the functional servicing report, also known as an FSR, the traffic impact study, also known as the TIS, the design guidelines, and the growth management staging and sequencing strategy. Staff are to review the implications of this application in relation to the adjacent lands and the timing of the servicing and all the infrastructure. There is currently no public access to the rear part, the rear part or the part that's furthest away from Clark Way Drive. And we're also reviewing the use of laneways as well as their widths. And so that's going to require a little bit of additional review by city staff. Next slide. This shows you where we are in the review of this application. Today we're at the public meeting. And once the analysis and evaluation is complete, staff will return to the Planning and Development Committee with a report. The report will address all the issues raised by the members of the public, external agencies, and all the other city departments. Anyone that provided their contact information with respect to this application will be advised when the report is going to be considered. And once a decision is made on this application by council, there's an opportunity to appeal the decision to the local planning appeal tribunal. Next slide. This report and presentation will be able to be found on the City of Brampton website shortly after the meeting. My name is Stephen Dykstra. My contact information is there. Also on the screen is contact information for Mark Condello from Glenn Schnarr & Associates, and he is the contact for the consultant. Thank you, and this concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much, City Clerk. Do we have any delegations?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do not. Mark Condello from Glenn Schnarr & Associates is present. Should there be any questions, but no public delegations.
Okay, I do have a question here from Councillor Singh. Go ahead, Councillor Singh.
Thank you. My first question is, I see that it's designated for low to medium density, but from what's being proposed, it sounds more like low density. Just wanted some clarification around what it means to have medium density and if this is considered medium density.
Through the chair to Councillor Singh, yes, it is identified as low medium density, which does include townhouses as a built form that's permitted within that low density area along Clark Way Drive.
Okay. And I just want to, I guess, highlight as well, Area 47, this is the last sort of residential area in wards 9 and 10. So I've been seeing it for Area 48 and definitely want to see it in Area 47. It's strong sustainability practices that are implemented as well. So I hope to see some report when the report comes back, some clarification on how we're achieving targets and doing the best we can on in that regard as well.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Singh. I see no further questions. So I do have a motion moved by Councillor Singh to approve the staff report recommendations. And I will see the motion on the board and we will take it as read. Is there anyone opposed to this motion? Okay, there are no objections, so the motion carries. The statutory public meeting for this item is now adjourned. Our next item is item 5.11, and this is application to the zoning bylaw to permit 40-story mixed-use building, I2 Developments Incorporated, KLM Planning Partners, 209 Steeles Avenue West, southeast corner of the intersection of Steeles Avenue West and Malt Avenue, Ward 4. And I will hand this over to Nicholas Dabler from our Development Planning, Building and Economic Development Department. Welcome, Nicholas.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, committee members, members of the public. Nicholas Dabler, and I'm the planner assigned to process and review this development application. Purpose of this public meeting is to provide information to the public and seek feedback on the application filed by KLM Planning Partners, Inc. on behalf of I-Squared Developments. Next slide, please. The subject site is located on property known municipally as 209 Steeles Avenue West, located in Ward 4. Next slide. The applicant has submitted an application for a zoning bylaw amendment to permit a 40-story mixed-use building on the site. The subject site is currently vacant and has the following characteristics. Next slide, please. It's located on the southeast corner of Steeles Avenue and Malta Avenue. To the north, Steeles Avenue West, and low, medium, and high density residential located beyond. To the south is vacant land, the site of a 21-story residential apartment building, which is currently in site plan review, as well as an existing back-to-back townhouse development. To the east is vacant land proposed for higher density mixed-use developments with existing commercial uses, as well as the Brampton Gateway Transit Hub and Hurontario Street beyond. To the west is Malta Avenue and an existing townhouse development in vacant land as well. There's an application for a 26-story mixed-use apartment building, which has recently been received here and is in site plan review. The total site area is approximately 0.3 hectares or 0.7 acres. Next slide. This is a map depicting the properties within 240 meters of the proposed development, which would have received notice by direct mail with respect to the application. Notice was also provided in the Brampton Guardian newspaper and on the City of Brampton website. Next slide, please. The applicant has submitted an application for a zoning bylaw amendment to permit a 40-story high-rise building consisting of 462 residential dwelling units and 382.9 square meters of commercial floor area at grade. There is one vehicular access point from Malta Avenue and one emergency vehicle access point to Steeles Avenue West. Please note that the proposed unit count of 462 represents a slight increase from the 449 units which were proposed with the original submission. However, this does not impact the overall height of the building. Additionally, I just would note as well that the design of the proposal has been updated slightly from the original submission to what is now depicted on the screen. This represents the third and final phase of development in this area by I-Squared Developments. Next slide, please. So this application will be evaluated against the existing provincial and municipal policies, including those found in the Planning Act, the provincial policy statements, the growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe, the Region of Peel official plan, the City of Brampton official plan, and the Hurontario Main Corridor secondary plan, or Area 55. Next slide. The subject site is designated communities in the Schedule 1 city concept of the official plan. Steeles Avenue West is designated as a primary intensification corridor in the area of the subject site, and the site is further located within the Gateway Mobility Hub, which is centered at Hurontario and Steeles. Next slide. The property is designated Mixed Use 1 in the Hurontario Main Corridor Secondary Plan, or Area 55. This designation represents lands that will have the highest densities in the secondary plan area. The maximum density of 4.0 FSI, or floor space index, and building height of 78 meters or 20 stories is permitted. Per section 5.1.1 of the secondary plan, however, proposals for a density and or building height greater than the maximum permitted require justification for the increase as part of a zoning bylaw amendment, but do not require an official plan amendment. So therefore, an amendment to the secondary plan in this case is not required to facilitate the proposed development. Next slide, please. The subject site is zoned residential apartment A3 holding zone section 2532, currently in zoning bylaw 270-2004 as amended. The maximum number of residential units cannot exceed 269 in this zone, and the building height cannot exceed 12 stories. So therefore, an amendment to the zoning bylaw is required to permit the proposed development. Comments from staff. Next slide, please. Comments from staff and external commenting agencies are required in order to complete a comprehensive analysis for the application. The following matters to be addressed have been identified at this time through staff's preliminary review of the application. These and other matters identified through the processing of the application will be addressed through a future recommendation report to the Planning and Development Committee. So at this time, those matters include the appropriateness of the requested height and density in this location, the design and the built form of the structure, as well as public realm and pedestrian environment enhancements along Steeles Avenue West. Next slide. So this is just a overview of where this application is in the process. So we're now at the public meeting stage where committee members and staff are here to listen and provide any feedback. So after tonight's public meeting, staff comments received from the city departments, agencies, and members of the public that submitted correspondence, as well as matters raised at tonight's meeting, will be reviewed and evaluated. The proposal will be further assessed against the policies of the provincial policy statements, the growth plan, the regional official plan, and the city's official plan and secondary plan. Once this analysis and evaluation is complete, staff will return to Planning and Development Committee with their recommendation report, which will address the matters raised by members of the public, external agencies, and the city departments. Anyone that provided their contact information on this application will be advised when the recommendation report will be considered by the committee. And once a decision is made on the application by council, there is an opportunity to appeal the decision to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Next slide, please. So the report associated with tonight's meeting is available online, and the presentation will also be available online shortly as well. So once again, my name is Nicholas Dibler, and my contact information is here on the screen, as well as the contact information for the applicant who is here tonight on behalf of I-Squared Developments. So thank you. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much. City Clerk, do we have any questions of, do we have any delegations?
Yes, Mr. Chair, through you. Alistair Shields from KLM Planning is present and has a presentation, should the committee wish to receive it. And we had two delegations, Jeff and Kim Thompson, but we do not see them in the meeting, and that will be followed by Sylvia Roberts. So we'll start with Alistair. Alistair, do you wish your presentation to be displayed?
Yes, please.
Okay, we'll bring it up on the screen. Please proceed. You have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Once again, my name is Alistair Shields from KLM Planning Partners, Inc. We are the agent on behalf of I-Squared Developments Brampton, Inc. with respect to this application. Just wait for the presentation to catch up with me.
If you can just say next slide when you wish to go to the next slide.
City Clerk, I believe it's
that's not the correct. Yeah.
Oh, my apologies.
Yep.
No worries. There it is. Next slide, please. Okay, so as Nicholas mentioned, the subject lands are within the Huron-Ontario Main Corridor Secondary Plan. The secondary plan is intended to be a compact, transit-oriented development, which will take advantage of the planned mobility hub, which is at the northwest corner of Steeles and Huron-Ontario. The subject lands, which you can see denoted by the red arrow on the left side of that image, are right at the western edge of the secondary plan area. And so the proposed 40-story tower will act as a statement building as you're entering the secondary plan area. Next slide, please. So the subject lands are also within the Uptown Brampton area. You can again see denoted by the red arrow there. We are just at the western edge of the Uptown core. The Uptown Brampton area is also envisioned as a transit-oriented community centered around the LRT along Ontario Main Corridor, and the rapid transit going east-west along Steeles. The proposed development, the density is supportive of transit, and is also designed to be supportive of active transportation and less auto-dependent. Uptown Brampton is being designed as a 20-minute community where all of your required amenities are within a 20-minute walk. Next slide, please. And so as you can see here, this is a comparison between the original design for the building and a revised design. Our architect and consultant team met with the design and review panel of the City of Brampton a couple of weeks ago and made some minor revisions to the design, mainly in some changes to the precast concrete of the facade facing Steeles Avenue West, and some changes to the podium to make it relate better to the Phase 2 building, which is located directly to the south of it. As Nicholas mentioned, we have increased the unit count, but that has all been from reconfiguration of the interior of the building. The massing and the height have not changed. Next slide, please. So here you can see our proposed streetscape along Steeles Avenue West. It's a very pedestrian-oriented streetscape. We're proposing street trees, benches, bike racks as well to promote cycling. There's a multi-use pathway, which is that gray path that you can see between the two rows of trees. And basically everything goes back to encouraging active transportation, getting people out walking and cycling, and using the available public transit. This proposed design will still need to be coordinated with the Region of Peel and the City of Brampton. Next slide, please. So here again, you can see a rendering of the proposed streetscape design. Lots of seating areas, shaded by trees, multi-use pathway. Next slide, please. Get another view of the proposed streetscape. Next slide, please. So this is a private amenity area to serve this building. It's proposed to be located at the southwest corner of the building, fronting onto Malta Avenue. It's proposed to have seating areas, barbecues, landscaping, and this will provide amenity space for residents of this building, and we believe provides a nice interface between Malta Avenue and the proposed development. Next slide, please. And here's just another rendering of the proposed amenity area. Next slide, please. So that's all we have. I'm happy to answer any questions that might come up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Members of committee, are there any questions of clarification? I see none, so I do have a motion.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Sorry. So we did have Jeff and Kim Thompson, but they're not present. But Sylvia Roberts did request to delegate on this, so Sylvia is present. Yep. Please proceed,
okay,
Sylvia.
Go ahead.
Particularly dense development, and it's an appropriate site given its proximity to the MTSA. With the density of over 1,000 units per net hectare, a project like this deserves a bit of extra scrutiny, specifically on the traffic information studies and how the site relates to transit. The transportation demand management strategy for this project is wholly insufficient, and there's simply too much parking for it, given how many people the city is planning to add to this intersection, along with how many jobs. The city needs to take a very strong proactive step in order to reduce how many people are driving, especially this close to, especially for within Uptown. I recognize the site has a number of hundreds of bike parking spots added between sites phases 2 and 3, and I know the city loves that. Here's a fairly basic question about that cycling. When is the active transportation infrastructure necessary to safely bike from this site to elsewhere? Trying to bike on Steeles is going to get you killed. And right now it's got sidewalks. I don't know if the region of Peel, as it's doing it, is putting in mixed use paths. That would be very important to know. If it is, great, and that's good for cycling. But if it's not, the bicycles at that point are really just for people who want to go bike somewhere and engage in recreation. Car sharing is nice, but it's useful for reducing trips, car ownership for people who only need a car occasionally, such as maybe a couple times a month. And an informational pamphlet really in 2021? What is this, the 1990s? It's a case of, for a site that is this close to major transit and also this close to the Mississauga border, given how many people work in Mississauga, there needs to be some kind of transit pass in place that works in both Brampton and Mississauga. And if you're offering that as part of it, it will help bring people who specifically want transit. The problem is it's not safe. It's not really safe to cycle here. So your options are driving or transit. And currently, with how the stuff is set up, I don't know when the phasing to the east of it's going to be done. So who knows? Walking next to Steeles is incredibly uncomfortable. I live near Steeles and Kennedy, and so I actually do sometimes have to walk along Steeles in a similar area, and it's horrendous. You really don't want to do that. It is easier and more comfortable to take a bus from Steeles and Kennedy to Gateway Terminal than it is to walk along there. And I don't think it would be that much different for this site. There needs to be steps taken to encourage that the people who are going to live in this building are overwhelmingly going to take transit, and the building needs less parking. Thank you. That's my delegation.
Okay, thank you very much. Members of the committee, do we have any questions or comments? Clarification, I see none. So I do have a motion moved by Councillor Bowman to approve the staff report recommendations and applicant delegation and additional delegations. Is there anyone opposed to this motion? Otherwise, your vote will count in the affirmative. I see no objection, so the motion carries. Statutory public meeting for this item is now adjourned. Our next item is item 5.12, application to amend the zoning bylaw IBI group, Ontario Regional Municipal Appeal, 5 Rutherford Road south of Queen Street on the west side of Rutherford Road, Ward 3. And I will invite Himanshu Katyal, planner from the Development Planning Building and Economic Development Department. Welcome, Himanshu.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, and the public. My name is Himanshu Katyal, and I'm the planner assigned to process and review this application to amend the zoning bylaw. Please note that the committee will not make a decision today. The purpose of this meeting is to provide information to the public and seek feedback on the application. Next slide. The subject lands are located at 5 Rutherford Road South, at the west side of Rutherford Road and south of Queen Street. Next slide. The lands are currently occupied by a 2-story hotel building, which is currently operating as a Comfort Inn. Surrounding land uses include existing industrial uses to the south and southeast, existing retail and commercial uses, as well as planned or proposed mixed-use developments to the north and west, Rutherford Road to the east, beyond which are existing office, commercial, and retail uses. Next slide. The application is proposing an amendment to the zoning bylaw to convert the existing hotel building into a residential building, consisting of affordable rental units owned and operated by the region of Peel. Additionally, it is proposing upgrades to the interior and exterior of the existing building and minor improvements to the outdoor amenity area. There will be a total of 67 units consisting of a general apartment wing and a separate wing specifically geared towards youth. The general wing will have 50 bachelor units and one bedroom units, and youth wing will have 17 bachelor units. Both wings will be operated separately and will have their own separate amenity areas. There will be a total of 78 parking spaces, out of which 13 will be visitor and 10 would be for staff. There will also be secure bicycle parking. Next slide. This slide shows the proposed site layout for future residential uses. Of note are some minor changes such as amenity space at the rear of the building and separate entrances for the two wings. Next slide. The subject lands are designated central area in the official plan. This designation represents an important corridor along Queen Street, which will see major mixed-use developments and density added for a full range of uses for office, retail, and service activities. There will also be a variety of residential uses permitted in this designation. As such, an amendment to the official plan is not required. Next slide. Similarly, the Queen Street Corridor secondary plan designates the property as central area mixed use. The uses permitted are similar to previously described. An amendment to the official plan will not be required. To the secondary plan will not be required. Next slide. The subject lands are currently zoned Queen Street mixed use transition zone. This zone permits a range of commercial, institutional, and accessory uses. A zoning bylaw amendment to permit the proposed residential uses will be required. Next slide. So the zoning bylaw amendment is proposing to add permissions for an apartment dwelling and a multiple residential dwelling, along with some site-specific zoning provisions. Next slide. The image on this slide shows the secondary plan Schedule B, which identifies the approximate location of the proposed urban collector road with respect to the subject lands that are denoted with a star. Staff note that the proposed new road alignment is confirmed and appropriate mechanisms are identified as part of this application to secure conveyances to the satisfaction of the city. Next slide. Prior to finalizing recommendations to Council, this application will be further evaluated for consistency with the Planning Act, Provincial Policy Statement, conformity with the Growth Plan, the Region of Peel Official Plan, and the City of Brampton Official Plan. Next slide. Staff will continue the review of this application, including reviewing comments from the public. Staff will at a later date advance a final recommendation report to Council for a decision. Issues that have been raised will be addressed in the recommendation report. Staff will contact and follow up with those residents who have provided comments through all channels. Next slide. The report and submitted materials associated with this application are available online. The presentation will be available online shortly. If you have any questions, please feel free to contact myself, my manager, or the applicant. The information is provided on the slide. Thank you.
Thank you very much. City Clerk, do we have any delegations?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do not. Amy Shepherd from IBI Group is present to answer any questions, as is Brett Barnes from the Regional Municipality of Peel, but no public delegations.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions of clarification? I see none, so I do have a motion moved by Councillor Bowman to approve the staff report recommendations and applicant delegation. And again, on the board, we'll take it as read. Is there any objections to the motion? I see none, so the statutory public meeting for this item is now adjourned. We move now to our next item, is item 5.13, Rotary Club of Brampton Glen Community Center 1857 Queen Street West, Ward 4. And I will invite Kelly Henderson, planner from the Development, Planning, Building, and Economic Development Department. Welcome, Kelly.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, committee members, and members of the public. My name is Kelly Henderson, and I'm the planner assigned to process and review this application. The purpose of this public meeting is to provide information to the public and seek feedback on the application filed by Gagnon Walker Domes Limited on behalf of the Rotary Club of Brampton Glen Community Center. Again, no decision will be made at this time. Next slide, please. The subject property is located at 1857 Queen Street. It's located on the south side of Queen Street and west of Mississauga Road within Ward 4. Next slide, please. The applicant has submitted an application to amend the official plan and zoning bylaw in order to facilitate a mixed-use development. It is proposed to be a seniors resident lifestyle building, including both commercial and residential uses. I will provide additional detail with respect to this later on in the presentation. Next slide, please. This is a map showing the property owners within a 240-meter limit of the proposed development who would have received notice by direct mail with respect to the application. Notice was also provided in the Brampton Guardian newspaper and on the City of Brampton website. Next slide, please. The subject property contains an existing two-story building, which is located on the northern portion of the property and is occupied by a banquet hall and catering company. The property is approximately 2 hectares in size and has a frontage of approximately 68 meters along Queen Street. Next slide, please. I will now get into the specifics of the proposal. The applicant is proposing to develop the site for a seniors lifestyle building composing of a north building, which is intended to be 14 stories with 138 units with 280 meters squared of ground floor commercial space. The south building is intended to be 12 stories with 194 units. The apartments may potentially be dedicated to seniors. However, if a residential apartment was proposed and not to be dedicated to seniors, the unit count would be decreased to approximately 250 units. This is reflected in the proposed zoning bylaw. Next slide, please. This is the proposed building elevation. Next slide, please. Prior to finalizing recommendations to Council, this application will be further evaluated for consistency with the Planning Act Provincial Policy Statement, conformity with the Growth Plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe, the Region of Peel Official Plan, and the City of Brampton Official Plan. Next slide, please. The lands are designated residential and open space on Schedule A of the Official Plan. An amendment to the Official Plan is not required. Next slide, please. The subject property is located low density 1 and primary valley land within the Credit Valley secondary plan. An amendment to the secondary plan is required to permit the proposal. Next slide, please. The property is located within the Queen Street West Credit Valley tertiary plan. The tertiary plan is required to be revised to recognize the proposed increase in height and density, as the current tertiary plan permits a maximum of 208 residential apartment units having a maximum height of 3 to 9 stories. Next slide, please. The property is zoned highway commercial. An amendment to the zoning bylaw is required to permit the subject proposal. Next slide, please. The following preliminary issues have been identified to date: the appropriate buffer to be provided to the natural heritage features, the appropriateness of the density and the compatibility with the surrounding land uses, how to best integrate the proposed development within the existing and proposed neighborhood and ensure compatibility with the surrounding land uses, and how the proposed development relates to the recently endorsed tertiary plan. Any potential issues also raised throughout the processing of this application will be addressed through the recommendation report. Next slide, please. We are now at the public meeting stage where committee members and staff are here to listen to any feedback from residents. After tonight's public meeting, staff comments received from city departments, agencies, members of the public that submitted correspondence, as well as matters raised at tonight's meeting through the public delegations will be reviewed and evaluated. The proposal will be further assessed against the provincial policy statement, the Greater Golden Horseshoe Growth Plan, the Region Official Plan, the City's Official Plan, and the Secondary Plan. Once the analysis and evaluation is complete, staff will return to Planning and Development Committee with a recommendation report. The recommendation report will address all matters raised by members of the public, external agencies, and other city departments. Anyone that provided their contact information with respect to this application will be advised when the recommendation report will be considered by committee. Once a decision is made on the application by City Council, there's an opportunity to appeal the decision to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Next slide, please. The report associated with tonight's meeting is available online, and the presentation will be available online shortly. Again, my name is Kelly Henderson, and my contact information is posted on the screen. Also on the screen is the contact information for Mark Denardis from Gannon Walker Domes Limited, who represents the property owner. Thank you, and this concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much. City Clerk, do we have any delegations?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, we have 10 public delegations registered, and we also have, on behalf of the applicant, Ganya Walker Domes, Mark Denardis is present to make a presentation to the committee. Mark, we're going to bring up your presentation, and you can please proceed to address the committee.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, city staff, members of the public. My name is Mark Denardis. I'm a planning associate from GWD Planners. Our office is planning consultant to the Rotary Club of Brampton Glen Community Center. Next slide. Just some facts on the property. So its legal description is part of Lot 5, Concession 4, west of Huron, Ontario Street, at a site area of 1.8 hectares or 4.62 acres. It has a lot frontage of 68 meters or 223 feet across the south side of Queen Street West. It has a lot depth of approximately 310 meters or 1,000 feet. In terms of existing uses, the north half of the property has an existing two-story building which is occupied by a banquet hall or catering company and a 70-space parking lot. The south half of the property, on the other hand, has a wooded area that forms part of the local open space natural heritage system. A man-made hand-dug drainage pond and unnamed tributary to the Huttonville Creek is also forms part of that complex. Next slide. So the following are some select street view photos looking south towards the Rotary lands and abutting properties to the east and west, both which have planning applications currently in process. Next slide. This is a bird's eye view looking southwest towards the Rotary lands and the greater area context. It captures the greater area natural heritage system, the stormwater management pond to the north, Mississauga Road to the west, and the Lionhead Golf Course beyond. Next slide. This slide includes a copy of the council endorsed Queen Street West Tertiary Plan, which demonstrates that the area can be comprehensively planned and developed in a coordinated manner. It illustrates the categories of residential development, the road network, the location of parks, stormwater management ponds, and the limits of the natural heritage system. Participating landowners are required to file their own site-specific applications. Currently, all 4 owners have applications in process. Next slide. This image highlights the community services and amenities available in the area within a 1,500-meter radius. The area, there is a range of public amenities, commercial and institutional uses. The area is serviced by public transit. Next slide. And this slide includes the conceptual site plan and an image of what the tertiary plan would look like under a full build-out. The north building is sited parallel to Queen Street West and is sited on a tiered podium. The south building is sited against an open space buffer and overlooks the NHS system. The parking supply is consistent with the city zoning bylaw rate for apartment buildings and or senior residences. Next slide. This slide highlights the proposed road network, which includes private, local, collector, and arterial roads. Site access to the Rotary lands will be provided via the southerly extension of Royal Drive West, which is a city road, and private laneways, which will be subject to public access easements. Next slide. This slide includes a preliminary rendering or model of the proposed buildings looking southwest from Queen Street. It also includes some precedent images of the design intent. Building materials, colors, finishes will all be refined through the future detailed design process. Next slide. And this is a list of all the technical studies, reports, and plans that have been filed in support of the application, which are currently under review. They include a planning justification report, traffic, parking, noise, environmental, and engineering studies. Next slide. So in terms of next steps, no recommendations or decisions on the application will be made at tonight's meeting. Written and oral submissions will be taken under consideration. A city staff recommendation report is to be considered by Planning Committee at a future date. And to be added to the notification list, requests must be submitted with city clerks. That concludes my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Mr. Chair, members of the committee, there are 10 registered delegations. The first is Harpreet Sandhu, followed by Pankaj Gupta. Harpreet, you have up to 5 minutes. You can unmute your mic to address the committee. Please proceed.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the committee and public. I'm Harpreet Sandhu, resident of Estates of Credit Ridge, opposing file number OZS 2021010018. The concerns for the objection is the immediate proximity of subject property with the character and vision of Springbrook Block Plan Estates, Royal West Developments file number C04W08004, which is basically on the north side of Queen Street. If we look at the Springbrook Block Plan, basically, which was done in 2010, August 24 presentation by the city, it states the Springbrook Block Plan is characterized by low density housing, upscale executive housing, and then it further says upscale executive architecture and open space designs. So please keep this in mind as we move forward with the discussion. If we look at the community design guidelines, in several locations, it talks about upscale executive housing area, upscale executive neighborhood, executive residential area, low density population, and several other things. Talks about creating distinct neighborhoods. When we go further, basically the proximity of this development as compared to the Royal West developments is just footsteps from the location. You pass the Queen Street and the south side, you basically have this property which is being proposed, which is basically 2 buildings with a total of 326 units. Mr. Chair, committee members and public, I'd like to bring some key aspects of your notice. On Royal West Drive within Queen Street to Williams Parkway block, there are 500 households that fall under the West Huttonville Raven neighborhood, which are basically characterized for low density executive housing area. The 2 buildings being proposed will bring 326 units, 132 and 194 units in each building, almost 64% additional households in the very confined area at the south end of Royal West on Queen Street. These high density buildings will lead to almost double the population density, also keeping in mind the future developments abutting east and west side of the subject property, towns and semis. That will lead to severe traffic intensification at the Queen Street and Royal West Drive intersection, and also along the Royal West all the way to Williams Parkway. The transportation impact study done also seems to have some concerns, as they were referred to past studies from 2018, etc. And a growth rate factor was used for estimation. That actually might not present a realistic increase due to the heavy construction already in progress in the Mississauga Road and Vanless area close to the Mayfield zone in the past couple of years. Pre-COVID, there were heavy traffic on Royal West and Adamsville Drive during morning and evening hours. That will further only intensify when life gets back to normal, keeping in mind the heavy construction already in progress in the Mississauga Road and Vanless Mayfield zone. My questions to the Planning and Development Committee is, what impact will the 2 buildings have to the value, character, and vision of the Springbrook Block Plan, Estates of the Credit Ridge, that the city had presented as low-density upscale executive housing during the Estates of Credit Ridge developments, file number C04W08004. Please note the subject property is steps away from Royal West developments across Queen Street. The second question which I have to the city is, what is the city's plan to mitigate the traffic intensification on Royal West Drive, Queen Street to Williams Parkway in morning and evening hours due to detours from Mississauga Road pre and post construction if subject property is approved? That's it, and thanks for my delegation.
Thank you. The next delegation is Pankaj Gupta, to be followed by Rohit Dewan and Riza Ali. Pankaj, please go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me, guys?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, good evening. So as Harpreet mentioned, probably I'd like to add on that or probably cover some of the same points. So actually when we invested in this property like 5 years back, we were told that it's a low density housing, exact housing and all that. And we paid premium for this location, and we could have bought the same housing somewhere else, like, paying the same price, like at least 20-30% less price, and buying the same square footage and all that, right? So we moved into this location, invested in the location, keeping in mind that we'll kind of have a better lifestyle and all that. So having these new buildings proposed and high density housing nearby our locality definitely will impact a few things, right? One is the traffic situation, the other one is the high density housing, the third is like property price value, right? So it may impact that too. So the other thing that has been touched on that about traffic situation is already getting worse. And I live on Royal West Drive. I get a lot of difficulty getting my car out of the parking lot. The other thing is that people drive at very high speed over here on these roads. Like I've seen people driving around 90, 100 speed, 80 speed. They zoom past your property. So having this kind of high density buildings and they are like short-term rentals. I don't know what kind of people are going to live, even whichever variety. But at the end of the day, it will going to add more density, more people. Safety issues and more traffic on Royal West Drive going to Home Depot, Walmart, and those locations, because Royal West is being used as a detour to those areas, right? So these are my concerns. Probably, yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Oliver Shakuri and Natalie Okal are not present in this evening's meeting, so the next delegation is Rohit Dewan, followed by Riza Ali. Rohit, please proceed. You have up to 5 minutes.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so I am one of the residents of Estates of Credit Ridge, and one of the people who moved in very initially about 10 years back. And when we moved, these homes were presented to us as exclusive homes, as Harpreet mentioned, low density upscale development. And we paid, at that time, this was the most expensive community, I believe, in whole of Brampton. So everybody here paid premium pricing, and especially I'm on Elburn Markhill Drive, a lot of backing onto the ravine, and a lot of the owners there are ravine lot owners, and they have paid hundreds of thousands of dollars as premium for this. And now with this development of 2 apartment buildings, potentially my deck will be overlooking an apartment building. So this is not what we had signed up for, and this is not what we paid. So this is an exclusive development, the Estates of Credit Ridge, and now we're seeing townhomes coming up, which was approved, but apartment buildings are totally no-go. It will create problems with traffic and the exclusivity, and will bring property prices down, which we have been saying here for 10 years, and we can't see that anymore. So if there is a voice for residents in the city of Brampton, this project is definitely being opposed by all the residents of Estates of Credit Ridge who were sold the properties as only exclusive properties, 60, 50-foot lots. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. The next delegation is from Riza Ali, followed by Stephen and Vicky Chin. Riza, please proceed. You have up to 5 minutes.
Hello, how are you guys today? You guys can hear me okay, right?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, cool. So my house is the first corner house on Royal West Drive and Queen Street. Now, my house has beautiful curved windows, and unfortunately, I decided not to dress it because, the sunlight's going to be coming in. You guys want to build 2 apartment buildings across the street. People will be looking into my house. Like, this is how bad it's going to be. Also, my front door faces Queen Street, so the building will be right in front of my front door. I will have no sun because the building will be there, right? It's going to be bad. Everybody's going to be looking into my backyard. My privacy will be completely gone. Like Harpreet said, we paid a premium for this lot. I paid over $100,000 for my lot because it's a premium lot. And also, as Harpreet also said, this is an executive home. The home, when I bought it, I was told that I will have nobody building in front of me, nobody behind me, nobody beside me. I will have one neighbor. Right now, as it is, I do have one neighbor, but building this building here, I'm totally opposed by it because, furthermore, when people are going to Walmart or thing, they're going to be cutting through Royal West. They won't be going onto Mississauga Road. Before COVID, this was all traffic. Every day, the noise that we hear, like I said, I'm in the corner. The noise we hear coming in the night and stuff, we hear cars racing down the street. We hear accidents, people honking. Almost every day, somebody almost near have an accident in the corner of Royal West and Queen. You guys build a building there, I think it's going to be a very bad idea. It's not going to be a good idea at all. I am totally opposed against this.
Thank you. The next delegation is from Stephen and Vicky Chin, and that'll be followed by Anthony Mason, Don Naylor, and then finally Diane Jones. Stephen and Vicky, please proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman and members of council, thank you for giving us this time to voice our concerns in regard to this development proposal. My concerns relate to the areas of safety for the neighborhood. As have already been spoken by many members of the delegation and on behalf of all residents on Airlie Court, which I live on, traffic is a major concern of mine. As a mother of 3 young children, my children like to play on the streets, as do all other kids, especially during the time of COVID. Royal West is already being used as a bypass for Mississauga Road, with cars going well above 50 to 60 kilometers an hour. I have previously made a complaint to the city, and they stated that cars are not exceeding 60 kilometers an hour, but this was before all the additional residential developments have been taking place in the area. I've been passed multiple times driving at speed limit on Royal West, with young children playing at the park off Royal West, on their driveways and walking along the sidewalk. I have major safety concerns if we are to develop Royal West into a major road to connect to this development as proposed by the plan. On top of that, turning west onto Queen Street at Mississauga Road is already taking 10 minutes during rush hour waiting at the light. Increasing the density of this area, according to this proposal, will cause more traffic to use Royal West as a bypass, adding to the already congested traffic condition at that intersection. My children also have to walk home from school every day along Queen Street, along Albert Markel, back to our area. Increasing the density of this area will be a major concern if I were to let my 3 young children walk along Queen Street with the increase in traffic. Please take into account the safety of the children that live in this area who will have to commute to these schools. I would like to request, on top of the traffic impact proposal, for the city to look at the use of Royal West as a bypass for this. In addition, I would also like to request that the region do a traffic impact assessment of this proposal on Queen Street and Mississauga Road. On top of this, as I've stated, the schools in this area were built to support the existing residential developments. With this increase in high density, how will the schools in this area support the increase in number of residents? All the schools that are newly built already have portables, and the class sizes are already at the maximum. What is the plan here? On top of that, public transit is lacking in the area. There is a Zoom route, but it is just one Zoom route. What is the plan to support this increase in density population so that the traffic does not get worse? I would like to ask the city to take into account how the public infrastructure will be developed to support this major density of development. Thank you.
Thank you. Members of committee, Natalie O'Cal has joined the session, so we're going to go back to Natalie, and then that'll be followed by Anthony, Dawn, and Diane. Natalie, please proceed. You have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm sorry my laptop was having issues earlier, but I appreciate being able to chat with everyone today. So In regards to the city, a lot of the people that have spoken before me have eloquently put the traffic is a huge concern for the members of the community. Myself and Oliver Shukri had gone around to the neighborhoods and the residents of the estate of the Credit Ridge and got a petition signed by the people who would not be able to actually attend the meeting today. And we have 96 signatures that have all gone under these agreements. So we, the undersigned residents of the estates of Credit Ridge and the nearby neighborhoods, call upon the city of Brampton to put on hold the files OZS 2021-0018, what we've been talking about today, and to reevaluate the projects in order to create a proper flow based off the community and our concerns. So I'm not going to keep talking about traffic because everyone has already brought it up multiple times. But our thought would also to be about the wildlife in the area that's happening. Due to the close proximity of the area to the conservation areas of Springbrook Creek and the numerous woodlots, any increase of traffic in the area or any new developments will be hazardous to wildlife. Many wild animals, such as Ontario's classified endangered species, the red-side dace, live in these streams. And although that there are plans for the blockage, the runoff of the apartment buildings and the complexes will also go into those streams and be affecting these wildlife. It is classified by Ontario that the red-side dace are endangered species. So we'd like to make sure that's up. And we wanted to ask the city, was there a wildlife, was there an analysis done, environmental impact assessment report done for these sites? And what are the real impacts to the ecosystems and the endangered species of this area? And lastly, what we would like for the city is just to reevaluate the projects to create proper flow of infrastructure with the rising traffic levels, review the damage proposed on the wildlife, the endangered species, the water stream, and overall ecosystem. If we were to propose any developments to be happening on this land, we would like to, the people who have signed under this petition have asked to develop single detached residential homes only if the proper environmental guidelines are done in place to make sure that we don't endanger any wildlife. Thank you for listening and giving me the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. And Mr. Chair, it looks like Oliver Shukuri may have joined the session as a call-in user, so I'm just going to unmute the call-in user and just identify if that's Oliver. Hi, Oliver, is that you?
Yes, it is. Hello.
Okay, Oliver, just a moment. So, Mr. Chair, the next speaker then is Oliver Shukuri. And Oliver, you have up to 5 minutes to address the committee. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair, city councilors, and we have a petition of over 96 people, and we're still signing the petition as we speak. The residents of the state of Credit Ridge official petition. There are other petitions, but this is one of the official ones that we have submitted. The residents of the state of Credit Ridge petition to put file OZS 2020-0018, file OZS 2020-0036 and Brent Haven, Queen West Inc. project on hold due to the rising traffic levels that are dangerous for the public on Royal West. This is at the intersection of Royal West and Queen Street. File OZS 2020-0018. The residents of the state of Credit Ridge have concerns about the proposed condo complex which will be 14 stories high, house 330 units, and have commercial units on the main floor. They complain our current traffic levels from Brent Haven alone on Queen Street West project have already brought an additional 1,000 people using the plaza of Walmart and Home Depot, causing many individuals to cut traffic through our subdivision at dangerous levels. Royal West should not be a drive street per legal name, and it should be changed. Our safety is at risk. As some days walking on Royal West, which I do every day walking my dog, we see transportation trucks going 60 kilometers in between roundabouts because of Walmart and Home Depot delivery service. The development of high-rise buildings beside $2 million home will not only decrease the privacy of those living in the area, but disturb the urban planning flow of the division. It also goes against the agreement. We were told that only single residential homes, as this land is a dead end. So currently, right now, everyone that drives towards Mississauga Road on Queen Street, it's a dead end. It's you go one street over to Mississauga Road, or you have to cut through Royal West to go to Williams Parkway. The development of the high-rise beside $2 million home will not decrease the value, but also plan. It also goes against the agreement we were told. Lastly, we must keep our river stream safe, and putting an additional 5,000 people in a 14-story high-rise beside a river will contaminate the water table. Our proposal back to the city is to put this project on hold to address the current traffic issues of the division before any type of development happens. The current infrastructure does not withstand additional 5,000 people. It will need to be developed, the project. We would like to propose a gated community status. We would like 2 gates at each end of Royal West. We're not restricting anyone from coming in, but to control the flow of traffic because of our safety, kids, pets, and walking. We would like an intercom for delivery and remote access for residents. In addition, we believe that high-rise is not the best development choice for this area, but we propose to keep the flow of the neighborhood. Hello? Hello?
Go ahead, Oliver. Yeah, you still have 1 minute
Oh,
left.
sorry, I'm babbling off because I've been living here since 2016, and I've seen the traffic levels go crazy. And I've been preparing for this for the past 4 years. I've contacted the city requesting to put stop sign in between roundabouts. So every morning between 7:30 to 9:30, we got people cutting through from Williams Parkway to Queen Street as a shortcut rather than going to Mississauga Road. Also, the transit, Brampton Transit, why is Brampton Transit going through Royal West? I totally understand that the transit, before there was no development on the west side of Mississauga Road. Now there's a lot of development, so why not move the transit onto Mississauga Road so that it benefits the community, the people that are living on that side? You can actually pick up more people, and it serves the community way better, rather than having a bus go through Royal West at 60 kilometers. Imagine a bus. You know what? You guys should do an assessment coming here and watch a bus going between roundabout 60 kilometers.
Oliver, you are at 5 minutes, so if you can wrap up, please.
I definitely will wrap it up. So, what we propose is, currently you guys have metro housing development on Walnut in Mississauga Road, right? We get break-ins currently, and we don't, like, no one really breaks in our neighborhood because everyone is, they're well off. But we get people that driving up on Mississauga Road. Some days, people just drive through, and if they see an open house, open car, they break into us. Last week, we had somebody on Royal West. Someone had broken into their car, and they had stolen their tools. So, am I up? Is my time up, or may I continue?
Yes, it is, Oliver. You're at 6 minutes, so thank you. I'm going to move on now to the next speaker. The next delegate is Anthony Mason, and Anthony, there is a presentation that you filed, and we'll bring that up on the screen momentarily.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Oliver. Please proceed, Anthony. You have up to 5 minutes. Anthony, you can unmute your microphone. There you go.
Okay.
Yeah, you can proceed, Anthony.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chairman, councillors, members of staff, good evening. It's still good evening, not good morning yet. In the early 2000s, the Huntsville Residents Association worked with the councils of the day, the city planners, to take the greenfield land around Huntsville Estates and create an executive home enclave, as you've heard from other speakers ahead of me. I came to Canada 25 years ago from Germany. Senior management in the company told me to look for a home in Oakville or Burlington. My office was on Derry Road, close to Mississauga Road, and I would be flying out of Pearson every 4 to 6 working days. Commuting from Oakville to the airport was not very appealing. And then I found a nice home on Huntsville Estates in West Brampton, and my problem was solved. 14 years later, almost every home that you see on this slide is an executive home with double and mainly triple garages. These homes house the executives from the Royal Bank headquarters, Microsoft, the international pharmaceutical companies down at the 401 and Mississauga Road area. They also house many of Brampton's medical doctors and entrepreneurial CEOs who have businesses in Brampton and North Mississauga. On this slide, you'll see the Mocon Greenhouses lands to the east, and then we have Lionhead Estates. And if I can have the next slide, please. This slide shows a typical executive home in Lionhead Estates. You see the triple garages, very nice modern homes that befits the people that live there. If I take slide 3, please, the next slide. If I put the 240-meter radius around the site, it covers very few houses because we got stormwater management ponds to the north and forested woodland all around these proposed properties. If I take slide 4, please. The actual mailing footprint for the Rotary property informs maybe 25 homes at most. Most neighbors that will be impacted remain ignorant to this proposal. And if only we used a little common sense in this location and increased the size of that footprint area. If you take slide 5, we have the Mocon Greenhouses footprint. Again, it's barely over 20 people or homes that are being informed. If I take the next slide, please. If I look at the Credit Valley plan, a secondary plan that was revised in February this year, how did the proposals conform to the secondary plan? And if you look here, we say low density housing that provides a residential community with significant executive housing component that is compatible with and will benefit from the visual and environmental features of the natural landscape of the area. A lovely point, I like it. A connected system of open space and recreational areas, a range of recreational and community facilities that facilitate shared use where practical. For the last 20 years, we've been asking to have trails along the Credit River, non-motorized, so that joggers, walkers, dog walkers, and cyclists can enjoy the beauty of the vista views of the river and the creeks. Integration of new development with existing residences, settlement areas like Springbrook, and road patterns in and adjacent to the new community. Everything that's being proposed on these multiple sites, Rotary Glen and Mocon and either side, go totally against these points. An attractive ordered built form of appropriate building heights, massing, setbacks, streetscapes, gateways, and architectural treatments. That doesn't fit with these proposals. Next slide, please. Thank you. To provide opportunities for recreational and natural links to the Credit River, Huttonville Creeks, Springbrook Creek, floodplains, and valleys. That point doesn't fit with what's being proposed at the moment. To enhance the overall traffic capacity and transportation system by improving the efficiency of the existing road network. Well, you'll come to that in the next slide in a moment. Integrated of new development with existing residences settlement areas, and road patterns. That doesn't fit either. An attractive and ordered built form of appropriate building heights. Now the heights go out the window with high rises, massing, setbacks, streetscapes. If we put those condominiums in on Mocon Greenhouses land, then these back-to-back condominium townhouses are just going to be a farce, and we're going to have to put sound barriers up. Next slide, please. Thank you. This is a picture looking north on Mississauga Road, just north of Lion Head Golf Course. We've just gone from 6 lanes, 3 each way, down to 4. And you can see already at 4:30 that the traffic is building up at the first light at Heritage Road. It then continues all the way up to Beauvais. And so we have 2 parking lots a day, one going south, one going north, and at night it becomes a racetrack. Motorcyclists love to use this road to go well in excess of 100 kilometers per hour. Some cars do the same, but mainly motorcycles are screaming through the night. So this is before we build Northwest Brampton. That's north of Beauvais, west of Mississauga Road. When we build that area out as it's planned, the traffic density is going to be horrendous. And so adding 526 high-rise units, each with 2 vehicles, because these are not going to be cheap units for low-income people, is just going to add to the problem. Next slide, please. So if we're going to, if the province wants us to increase our density and replace cars with public transport, it's a great idea. But we need to do this close to existing public transportation hubs. That makes sense. But building high-rise blocks and townhouse communities in downtown Brampton, around Mount Pleasant, and around Shoppers World, that fulfills the provincial goals. But just to take every piece of undeveloped land and go, oh, high-rise building here, that fits in wonderfully. That doesn't work. It gives us traffic congestion. So next slide, please.
Anthony, you're after 5 minutes, so if you can wrap up, please.
This is my final slide. So basically, I'm saying here, is this compatible land use as part of the secondary plan? I don't think so. Does it constitute good planning? I don't think so. Where is the council oversight on this planning? I'm very dubious. Having surrounding developments been informed of this? No, the footprints at the beginning, it's a terrible job. Yes, I can go to the Brampton website. I don't get the Brampton Guardian anymore. And how much feedback has been taken for these multiple developments around Rotary Glen. And so I guess this is as close as we've got to a virtual town hall meeting where you, the city, and councillors and planners can hear. One more slide, please. Next slide. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next delegate is Don Taylor, followed by Diane Jones. Don, please proceed. You have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Don Naylor, actually, and I want to thank you very much for the opportunity to speak tonight. I also want to speak highly of Tony Mason. If it wasn't for Tony, I wouldn't even know about this application and the other ones. I also want to thank my fellow citizens who have spoken tonight or have taken the time to write in, because we are being heard, and a lot of us are being heard for the first time. Just for the record, I'm a project landscape architect and a development consultant. I have been for 40 years. I'm a 40-year resident of Huttonville as well. I was on the development team of Credit Ridge neighborhood, directly across the street from this proposal, for Royal Park Homes. I've spent my entire career working with developers and residential community design throughout the GTA, very similar to these projects. I'm a delegate tonight, though, as a resident and a concerned resident, and less so as a consultant, as I am attempting partial retirement. So I'm going to speak as clear as I can and without too much repetition of what I've heard already tonight. On the subject of context, this is a meeting about the Rotary Club application the OPA and rezoning. And while we should make every effort to focus on this application, the Rotary Club project cannot be considered in isolation because it is so dependent upon the adjacent proposed land uses for its very existence. So in that context, we have the Branthaven townhome development to the east, which has really been the springboard for higher density consideration here, and the Mokan greenhouse development proposal adjacent and west, which carries the bulk of infrastructure to enable the whole four groups development, and then the Cesta development further east again, which has no land use design criteria presented in the graphics that we have seen so far for us to consider at this time, but the assumption has to be that it will be a continuation of townhomes and semis per Appendix 5 of the tertiary plan. So what we have is a determined group of developers seeking the highest possible yield on this site. This is how these infill projects so often evolve, and not always with great results. So on the subject of planning and design, contrary to the statements made in the staff report, this proposal for high-density, high-rise residential in this location is totally inappropriate. It fails to meet the objectives of the official plan and secondary plan policies, and is inconsistent with single-family surrounding family residential uses. As Tony mentioned, the closest high-rise to the east is in downtown Brampton, and in the north, Mount Pleasant community. These are the places where these types of developments were proposed to go and are going and should be going. On the subject of process, members of the surrounding community were not given adequate notice to participate in this planning process because the circulation radius did not reach the households most affected by this proposal and the adjacent proposals to follow. So public consultation of this whole has really only begun now for all of this development, despite what some people claim was publicly presented in June of 2021. The public were not consulted properly on the tertiary plan in this case. On the subject of presentation materials, the presentation graphic materials offered to the public comment by the city are weak and fail to communicate the full breadth of the development proposal and the potential impacts it represents, particularly when considering all four developments. We simply can't understand how this proposal will work or get the public benefits described by the secondary plan intent. So I have some technical concerns, and I did submit a written list of specific concerns to the city earlier in the summer, and I don't want to repeat them here, but I want to key on a couple of important ones that have been beaten up pretty badly tonight already. The first one being traffic impact. When individual mandatory traffic studies are commissioned, they are specific to a site. They do not predict or assume the future. They are scientific, based on the proposed yield of the proposal. The number of additional trips by car in and out of this development at peak flow times is probably not considered problematic as a standalone site, and I have not seen or read that report. Green Street is a recently widened and upgraded minor arterial road. Having driven it nearly every day for 35 years, it is a welcome improvement that took almost forever to build, but it did increase the capacity. However, the intersection of Queen Street and Mississauga Road at peak times is already very troubling, as many people have already alluded to. There are multiple pedestrian vehicular conflicts resulting from this density, and it's going to get worse. The combined vehicular load of the four developments is over 500 cars. How is this going to impact the Queen Mississauga Road intersection and all of the existing residents that use it every day? Let's not forget the additional load of cars from the developments to the north of Bovaird. Are these all insignificant additions with one monumental problem coming? I see this coming. When do traffic engineers say that the density is going to be problematic, as in unsafe? How many more fatal accidents at this intersection is it going to take? On the subject of environment, let's all remember that we are already under siege from climate change. So now we're faced with development impacts on forests, rivers, and streams. The majority of the rotary land consists of protected forest ravines. In fact, they are Anansi, which the provincial government respects as an area of natural and scientific interest. So what happens on the tablelands above the ravine can impact the health of the adjacent ravine and forest habitat. Understanding and protecting the groundwater table is important to the health of the adjacent forest, particularly when perched on the edge of a tableland peninsula like this location is.
Don,
The
you are at
executive
6
summary.
minutes, so if you could just wrap up, please.
Thank you, I will. The executive summary of the report that I reviewed for the MOCON site claimed that there would be zero environmental impact from their high-rise tableland development. Deep excavations for high-rise underground parking structures can and do impact groundwater conditions, which can lead to a slow and steady decline of adjacent protected forest slopes. Storm ponds affect static water table levels as well. So here we have more hard surface runoff, less groundwater recharge. Setbacks as specified by local conservations are not adequate on their own to protect these natural resources. The claim of zero impact cannot be substantiated without more thorough study and is an irresponsible assumption. So to conclude, I'd just like to make a comment about something that the city and the council probably knows something about, referred to as the 80 cities, which is, and the Canadian Healthy Communities Initiative. So their mission statement is everything that we do in our cities is great for 8-year-olds and an 80-year-old, and it should be great for all people. There is, in this tertiary plan, little to no information for the public to assess if safe and healthy public spaces are going to be a result from this OPA and rezoning. Thank you very much for considering my points.
Thank you. Our next delegate is Diane Jones. Diane, you have up to 5 minutes to address the committee. Please proceed.
Thank you very much, and good evening to the Planning Committee, councillors, and Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity for you to hear my voice. I understand that the Brampton 2040 vision is living the mosaic. It's a bold new vision for the future of Brampton, with 5 new city centres being built everywhere. I'm hoping that you will hear not only my voice, but all my fellow delegates' voices today, as they've opposed vehemently to the building not only of those 2 high-rise buildings, but those adjacent buildings, the 4 other properties that need to be taken in conjunction together and inform the public around them, not in a 240-meter radius, but inform the public around, so we can all have our voice heard. Because that vision, living the mosaic, is a vision of the people, and the people deserve their voice to be heard in a proper way. I'm going to say that Tony Mason, thank you very much, sir. You did bring this to our attention because we were outside of the 240-meter radius, being a resident of Huttonville Estate for 22 years, like many other people who've spoken here. I came to this area with my family with 4 small children, so I feel for the lady who spoke about her small children. 4 small children. I was looking for an executive home in a great area, close to the airport, in a multicultural city. Brampton delivered all of that for us. Huttonville Estates was this oasis. It was like a dream come true. I'm an immigrant. I came from a country where I was facing crime and persecution, and it was great to be in a safe neighborhood. So over the last 22 years, the city has allowed a lot of development and a lot of things to happen. So we've observed the advantages and the pros of all this development. The cons come along with it, and every one of my fellow panelists have spoken about the cons. More traffic, we don't even need to go there. More accidents. People have lost their lives on Mississauga Road and on Queen Street because of the traffic patterns. More crime. Last summer, I had an intruder in my house. I live in Huttonville Estates. I've had my car broken into 3 times this summer. Naturally, more people bring more crime. I understand that. Hence, we're asking for the stop of this. Make sure you reevaluate the property and don't bring more people into the area. But most important to me is I'm a naturalist. I'm an environmentalist. The loss of the greenscape and our tree canopy is extremely frightening. When you put up your first slide and you showed the overview of where this development will go, plus you take all the other pieces into account, we are taking away those mature trees. Yes, sure, we're going to replace them with the small little saplings, but we're losing our canopy. And along with that, as many other people have spoken about, we're losing our wildlife. When I first arrived, there used to be deers walking through our back gardens, foxes. Now we've exchanged that for raccoons rummaging through trash. When we first arrived in Huttonville, we could look up to the skies and see the stars. With all the noise and light pollution, you don't see that anymore. We've accepted that as part of progress, but I don't believe the residents of Huttonville and the surrounding executive estates need to accept this with the development on the south side of Queen Street. So as I started off by saying, the Brampton 2040 vision, Living the Mosaic, is a bold new vision for the future of Brampton. It is the vision of the people, and I am desperately asking you to go and ask all the people what their opinion is, and to take all those different technical studies that you've listed, that you've got going and no decisions being made, to really dig deep and think about the people, think about the environment. So with that, I thank you so much for listening to me and appreciate the opportunity of talking.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of committee. That concludes the delegations on this item.
Thank you very much, City Clerk. Members of the committee, are there any questions of clarification? I see none, so I do have a motion moved by Councillor Bowman to approve the staff report recommendations and receive all the delegations and correspondence regarding this item. Is there anyone opposed? I see none, so the motion carries. Statutory public meeting for this item is now adjourned. We now move on to public delegation portion has been dealt with. City Clerk?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, except for item 7.4, a staff report regarding sign bylaw amendment. There was statutory notice given, and there are no delegations regarding this item.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any questions from members of committee? I see none, so I do have a motion moved by Councillor Singh, and the motion will be taken as read. Is there anyone opposed? There are no objections, so the motion carries. We now move on to items, staff report.
The next item, Mr. Chair, would be 7.6, the city-initiated official plan amendment and zoning bylaw on the city's supportive housing policies. There is a companion presentation that was released today, and Councillor Fortini has held this item, so I don't know if committee wishes to receive the presentation first before debating this item.
Mr. Chair, may I?
Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Fortini.
Yeah, I was going to say it's late, and I'd like to see the presentation. Maybe can we defer this to the next planning meeting? I have a lot of questions on this, and it's already, we still got more to go.
Yeah, I'll defer to staff. Is there any issues with the deferral?
Through the chair, I think that would be possible. I think from our perspective as well, it would be important to have this issue dealt with in a comprehensive way. So the hour is certainly moving on. The review has gone on for some time, so we certainly would like to get it concluded. But if it went to the next meeting, I don't think that would be a challenge from our perspective.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to add, maybe on this report, can you see what other municipalities are also doing on this, just to bring that forward when we come back in the next meeting? Thank you.
Absolutely. We'll make sure that's part of the work that's been done.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Fortini. I have a deferral to the next planning meeting moved by Councillor Fortini. Is there anyone opposed? I see none, so the motion carries. We are now at 7.7, City Clerk, just to confirm.
Through you, Mr. Chair, those items have been dealt with. We're now at item 8.2, minutes from the Brampton Heritage Board. Councillor Vicente held this item.
That's right. Councillor Vicente, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To save time, I'm going to ask the clerk to please put up a revised motion to make a change to one of the recommendations from the Brampton Heritage Board. And I have it here on screen. I hope it's the same, but I'll just read it. And this has to do with a proposed development taking place at the corner of Queen and Chinguacousy staff have been in extensive conversations with the applicant, and one of the proposals is for the relocation of a heritage building that sits there on the development site, and there have been conversations with the city for that building to be moved to the City of Brampton and become a City of Brampton feature. And so with that in mind, through conversations with staff, we have brought forward this amendment to the minutes that in regard to the Heritage Impact Assessment and Designation Report presented on the August 17th, 2021 Brampton Heritage Board meeting regarding intention to designate 1030 Queen Street West in Ward 5 under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act, the recommendation HB 036-2021 be deleted, and that further consideration of the heritage designation of 1030 Queen Street West via the Heritage Schoolhouse be deferred until a development agreement is reached between the city and the owner of the subject site, such that an agreement to include but not be limited to the following conditions to be met at the owner's expense. Proper heritage studies for heritage conservation methods are provided to relocate and restore the heritage resource, including a revised heritage impact assessment and structural assessment report prepared by a qualified contractor having experience in heritage, relocation and renovation of the schoolhouse to the adjacent city-owned park space, Terramoto Park, with a detailed plan approved by the Commissioner of Community Services, designating the property following the city and owner, agreeing on terms and conditions of the agreement, including the potential for designation post-relocation, subject to legal protective measures being in place. The restoration of the schoolhouse with the new building foundation is completed by qualified architects and contractors as per the heritage impact assessments and approvals of the city's heritage planner. Servicing costs and a 2-year maintenance agreements are provided. Property insurance and protected easements are registered on the schoolhouse until it is transferred to the city, and development and completion of a commemoration plan and successful transfer of ownership to the city after relocation, conservation, and servicing is done. And so I would like to thank planning staff and also Councillor Santos as a Commissioner of Community Services for making this happen. And so I would like to ask for council support for the motion as read. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So we do have a motion moved by Councillor Vicente. Is there anyone opposed? I see none, so the motion carries. Our next item of business is deferred matters. Oh no, sorry, the driveways. Councillor Dillon.
I've had some discussions with staff, and there's some further. Well, there's going to be further discussions that we have in regards to this. Plus, I think it's getting late, so I want to defer this to the next meeting.
Okay, we have a motion moved by Councillor Dillon to defer to next planning committee meeting. Is there anyone opposed? I see none. Thank you. Motion carries. We now move on to deferred matters, and our next item is item 10.1, and we have a staff presentation by the manager, Andrew McNeil. So welcome.
Thank you, Chair. Just before I start, I just want to check in with the chair and members of planning committee if you'd like me to proceed with this presentation. What I can suggest is that this is really part of background information for Brampton Plan. We're simply looking to get this on the public record, and an option could be to set up a council workshop where we could spend a good chunk of time with council to bring you up to speed and really focus on key directions moving forward. So I just wanted to put that suggestion there, or I'm quite happy to proceed with the presentation.
I think your words of wisdom of having a workshop, but and Councillor Palucci words always resonates with me. So I'll go to him, and I'm sure if I'm a betting man, he will be pointing us in that direction. Councillor Palucci.
You read my mind, Councillor Medeiros. I'm happy to refer this to a council workshop. The importance of this official plan is
truly important for all members of council to know and to live by. These are what we're using in the future planning of the city. So happy to refer this to a council workshop.
Thank you, Councillor Palashi, for your wise words and guidance. And we do have a motion of referral to a future council workshop moved by Councillor Palashi. Is there anyone opposed?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
Sorry, item 10.1 is the staff presentation. Item 10.2 is the corresponding staff report. Is the intent to refer both to a workshop?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Is there anyone opposed to referring both items? I see none. And we now move on to correspondence we've dealt with.
Through you, Mr. Chair, just there is a correspondence that would be identified as 11.7. It was correspondence received late before the meeting started regarding item 7.7. That item was received on consent, so it would just be a motion to receive the corresponding correspondence.
Okay, so I do have a motion moved by Councillor Williams to receive the correspondence stipulated by the city clerk. Anyone opposed? I see none. Councillor question period. Are there any members of committee with questions regarding today's planning committee meeting? I see none. Public question period. City clerk, any questions from members of public?
There are none, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. So I do have our last motion. Our last item is adjournment, and I do have a motion moved by Councillor Fortini to adjourn tonight's meeting, and our next meeting will be October 18th. At 7 p.m. Thank you very much, and everyone have a good night, and I'll hand it over to you, City Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee.